2, 3. Also, Ankeny Centennial sits at number 7 currently in those rankings. So some state rankings for you from Thursday, October the 8th, and those rankings at this point as we get into tournament play, maybe not quite as important as they were early in the year. Eli, are we up and running here?
We are up and running.
All right, good deal.
So I'm going to send this link over.
Very good. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back after this. To Red Oak, Aaron West along with Eli Bells. You can hop over to our stream and watch our stream now. It's up and running on YouTube, KCSI Radio on YouTube. You can watch it there. So, Eli, let's look at some of our stats coming into tonight's ball game.
Yep, for the stats tonight, kill efficiency, Atlantic at 133, Red Oak at 250, kills on the year, Atlantic at 506, Red Oak at 687, serve efficiency, 87.3% for Atlantic, 93.0 right on the dot for Red Oak, blocks at 105 for Atlantic and 107 for Red Oak, serve aces, 92 for Atlantic, 139 for Red Oak, and digs on the year, Atlantic with a 778, and Red Oak sitting at 1,018 so far in the year.
Who can we look for key players in tonight's ball game, Eli?
Key players here for Red Oak, you got Liz Carball with 125 kills in the season and 31 blocks. Lexi Johnson, 238 kills, 328 kill efficiency, and 21 blocks in the year. And for Atlantic, you have, I got 2 on here, but we have Alyssa Derby with 142 kills and 45 blocks. And I will get that other stat for you soon, but we have 99 kills and 14 blocks, who's in second for Atlantic for their stat line.
All right. Okay, Eli, what about who can we look for reserves from these teams tonight?
So the reserves for Atlantic, we have here popping on the screen. You have number 11, a sophomore, Chloe Molnix. Number 11, a sophomore, Ava Rush. And a sophomore, number 12, Lexi Nolik. And for Red Oak, you have here libero, number 17, Abby Jones. Number 4, Cam Went. Number 3, Peyton Bass. Number 9, Macy Boswell. Number 11, Lane DeVries. And number 13, Merced Ramirez for Red Oak.
Let's take a break, Eli, and we'll come back after these messages and look at Thanks to Southwestern Community College for being our pre-match sponsor here this evening. Southwestern Community College, just a great partner throughout, the Red Oak community, but all through Southwest Iowa. Eli, just a great partner, and thanks to Southwestern Community College for being our pre-match sponsor this evening, and we certainly appreciate that.
I'll be using them this summer.
Very good. thanks to Southwestern Community College for being one of our sponsors. We appreciate Southwestern Community College tremendously. Eli, let's look at the lineups for these teams here tonight.
Yep, we'll start off here with Atlantic for the starting lineups once I get them pulled up here real quick. You have a senior number 4, Alyssa Derby. Number 5 is senior Haley Rasmussen. Number 8 is senior Abby Smith. And Abby Smith was the second stat leader on kills there. And we have senior number 9, Caroline Pellet. Sophomore number 20, Aubrey Geyer. And senior number 22, Macy Waters for Atlantic. And now for Red Oak, you have number 1, Ashlyn Blackman. Number 7, Tori Carrick. Number 12, Lennon O'Neill. Number 10, Lexi Johnson. Number 5, Chloe DeVries. And number 2, Liz Carva. And Abby Jones will come in as the Ribeiro for Red Oak.
Tigers coming off of a loss the other night, Eli, against St. Albert. I'm sure they're ready to get back in the swing of things here.
Yes, and and St. Albert's a team that plays a lot of hard competition to start off the season.
Good volleyball team.
And you know what? And their record's always deceiving because every year it seems they're getting to that state tournament with just barely getting in double-digit wins. But they're glad to be in the Hawkeye 10.
They're playing some tough competition, and certainly. Big win the other night for St. Albert, and the Tigers' first loss. They had a 15-in-a-row win streak going, I think, and St. Albert put an end to that. So the Tigers looking to get back into it here tonight. We're just a few minutes away from player introductions. Eli, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these messages. To Red Oak, Eli, player introductions being made, and certainly room for a few more people to show up here this evening.
Yeah, they're definitely
it's an early game.
It is. Yep, 4:30, hard to get off work, and I'm just so glad I got off school here.
Yeah,
all right,
here we go. So, player introductions being made. We're going to step away for the national anthem, Eli, but I want to say thanks to everyone for joining in. We're going to step away for the national anthem. We'll be right back after these messages. And welcome. Thanks to everyone watching online. Thanks to Southwestern Community College, our pre-match sponsor, and thanks to the Southwestern Community College for the great partner that they are. We sure appreciate them and everything they do. Say thanks to them and learn more about them and what they do for our community. Certainly a great asset for our community.
Here you go.
Thanks to Southwestern Community College for being our pre-match sponsor. We sure appreciate all that they do and being a great partner in the community. And thanks to Southwestern Community College for being our pre-match sponsor here in this Red Oak Atlantic volleyball game. Derek, sure appreciate it. Derek O'Neill there with Allie Pointer Maquetto Architecture. Derek sets in with us in your absence, Eli.
I know it.
And
He's
thanks
been
to
filling
him.
in great.
Thanks to Allie Pointer Maquetto for all they do as well. It's just about time for volleyball here, Eli.
Yep, I think we're here with an early start. Just come on down. Plenty of seats down here in Red Oak, or you can watch online on YouTube at KCSI Radio.
Go search for it on KCSI. Send that link to your friends wherever they're at, to your grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles, cousins, or your old neighbor. Send them the link and they can watch it right here on KCSI. Okay, so the strategic or the problem that I just realized that I have.
What's that?
I left my glasses.
Yeah, my glasses.
My old man eyes here are going to struggle.
My glasses are back in Glenwood too.
Not saying that I'm an old man, but
no wonder I failed that exam. Right?
Easy.
No, just
easy.
kidding. I didn't fail an exam. Probably sooner.
All right, here we go. It's just about volleyball time. Players are on the court.
Melanie's giving me crap.
Refs are there. All right, here we go. It is just about volleyball time here in Red Oak Triangular. It's going to be Red Oak Atlantic, Atlantic Shenandoah, Red Oak Shenandoah. That's how it's going to go this evening.
Atlantic is a team that has improved even from last year watching. They have improved tremendously over the year.
10-8 on the season. Serve from Darby into the back row to Jones up front. Set goes to Wentz. She hits it down hard. Tigers are on the board first. 1-0 set number one. Red Oak takes the lead quickly. Coming into the game is Blackman. Out of the game went for the Tigers. Blackman back to serve for Red Oak. Ashlyn Blackman good from behind the service line into the back row. Rasmussen hit a free ball across the net by Smith, dug out or up front, passed up front by Jones to Johnson. Lexi Johnson just kind of, I don't know that I would say she killed it necessarily, but kind of a hit right into that back corner, and point goes to the Tigers.
Nice down ball, pretty strategic there because Lexi Johnson's usually able to put it down, just gets a stop right over the net.
2-0 Red Oak leads set number one into the back row. Dugout passed up front nicely. Rasmussen. Set goes to Geyer. Blackman pushes it up front, hit by Johnson. Getting under at that time is Derby. Derby once again, free ball across the net. Jones passes to DeVries. Set goes to O'Neill, and Tigers are not going to get it back across the net. Point goes to the Trojans.
A little miscommunication there on the part of Red Oak.
And it's 2-1 now. Red Oak leads set number one, and back to serve is Macy Waters. Getting under it, Blackman, pushed across the net by O'Neill. Set from Rasmussen to Geyer. She hits it hard, but it's too far. Aubrey Geyer, she's a sophomore at 5'11".
Yeah, I was just going to say before this, Atlantic's got a pretty tall team coming in here, and they're pretty young.
They do have a tall team, 5'11". Aubrey Geyer's 5'11". 3-1, Red Oak leads. Set number one, serve from Carrick into the back row, passed up front. Set from Nolik, hit across, or actually into the net by Smith. Point goes to the Tigers. It's 4-1, Red Oak with the lead. Yeah, really young team actually for Atlantic. Passed up front. Set goes to Rasmussen, Haley Rasmussen. She hits it hard. Nice hit there by Haley Rasmussen, the senior, 5'4" senior. She's a setter.
Little cross-court action. It looks like Lexi Johnson just wasn't prepared for it there, and Atlantic gets the point.
And it's 4-2, Red Oak leads set number one. Back to serve is Abby Smith, a sophomore. Jones passes up front. DeVries set to Lexi Johnson. Lexi hits it down right down the seam. Point goes to the Tigers. It's 5-2. Red Oak with the lead. Set number one coming out of the game. Jones. Carbaugh checks into the game. And back to serve for Red Oak will be Lennon O'Neill. O'Neill serve into the back row. Passed up front by Derby. Down ball across the net by Pellet. DeVries set to Johnson. Blocked at the net by Rasmussen. Nice job by Haley Rasmussen.
And Lexi Johnson has a great way of getting up over the ball. It seemed like Atlantic just came back, timed it perfectly. Atlantic gets the block there.
5-3. Red Oak leads set number one. And back to serve is Trotter. Mia Trotter. She's a senior as well, the libero. Into the back row. Jones passes it up front. DeVries set to Carbaugh. Carbaugh hits it, and again at the net. That was looked like Rasmussen and Derby at the net. And its block point goes to the Trojans. And it's 5-4.
2 big blocks coming from the Trojans here so far.
Serve from Trotter. Into the back row, Blackman passes it up front to DeVries. She just does the little dump set right into the donut there, and Tigers gain the point, 6-4.
Great eyes by DeVries there, seeing the court. Red Oak's been really attacking hard with the kills and the serves right there. Just finds the open spot on the court.
6-4. Red Oak leads. Johnson serve. Up front, set goes to Rasmussen. She hits it hard. There's Carbaugh at the net. And point goes to the Tigers, 7-4. 7-4. Red Oak leads, set number 1. Back to serve is Lexi Johnson. Into the back row to Smith. Set goes to Derby. She hits it hard. Tigers handle it. Set to Carbaugh, blocked at the net by Derby. Derby gets under it. Set to Rasmussen. She tries the little dink over the net, but it falls into the net, and point goes to Tigers. It's 8-4. Red Oak with the lead. Back to serve Lexi Johnson. Lexi serve into the back row. Passed up front. Rasmussen. Free ball across the net, or down ball by Trotter. DeVries set to Carbaugh. Into the back row. Trojans chase it. Free ball across the net, this time by Rasmussen. Nice hustle there by the Trojans. Set to Wendt. Cameron Wendt gets under it. Trotter. Free ball across the net by Rasmussen. There's Johnson. DeVries set to Carbaugh. She taps it right into. I don't know how. She looked like she was way above the net.
She was floating in the air there. And the thing is, right, and you see there is Atlantic doing a great job, Scrappy, but Red Oak's coming right back, and they find out they get themselves the point.
9-4. Red Oak leads set number 1. Into the back row it goes to Pellet, but the Trojans just can't get to it. It falls to the floor, and the point goes to Red Oak. It's 10-4. Red Oak with the lead. Serve from Johnson. Set from Nolik to Derby. Hit across the net by Johnson. This time Rasmussen with the set to Pellet. She hits it hard. Johnson digs it out. From behind the 10-foot line is Abby Jones. It goes out of play. Point goes to the Trojans. Coming into the ball game is Macy Waters. Taking a seat for the Trojans will be Nolik. Lexi Nolik, she's a sophomore. And back to serve is Haley Rasmussen. 10-5, Red Oak leads. Rasmussen serve into the back row to Jones. DeVries set to Wendt. Nice job by Cameron Wendt.
And like I've said all year, Cam Wendt's been able to just have that certain spin on the ball and just dives right down to the court.
It goes in the seam or just over the player. It's 11-5. Red Oak leads set number 1 over the Atlantic Trojans. Set goes to Pellet. Pellet gets the kill. And it's 11-6. Red Oak leading. Carolyn Pellet, she's a senior. Back to serve for the Trojans. Serve is across the net. Into the back row to Lexi Johnson. Kind of goes wild. Jones chases it down. Free ball across the net by Lexi Johnson.
What a play right there.
Hits the top ribbon and bounces and just dinks over.
And you can see on the replay there what hustle by Abby Jones just to get all the way from mid-court almost all the way to the back of it and gets himself the point. And great hustle.
Just hustle. Jones jump serve into the back row. Passed up front from Trotter. Set and hit hard by Alyssa Derby. She can hit the ball.
Yeah, and in a partial block there from Red Oak, but Alyssa Derby just came in swinging hard.
12-7 now. Red Oak leads set number 1. Back to serve is Derby. Into the back row to Jones. DeVries set to Carrick. Carrick hits it, and the Trojans can't handle it. Carrick just goes to the open spot, kind of a cut shot there, and the point goes to Tigers 13-7. Into the game, Blackman for the Tigers. Ashlyn Blackman back to serve. Just across the net. Dug out, passed up front. Tapped across the net by Smith. Jones into the back row to Pellet. Up right at the net and then pushed across. Dug out by Johnson. Set to Johnson. She hits it hard. There in the back row is Pellet. Set from Rasmussen to Smith. Can't get it across the net. Point goes to the Tigers. It's 14-7. Red Oak leads. I just see Dave Carbaugh stepped in here.
I think he's sanitizing the balls
tonight. He's taking over the sanitation of the volleyballs tonight. So
insurance and sanitation.
He just does it all.
He does them both.
Whatever needs to be done. Set goes to Johnson. Lexi Johnson hits it hard across court, hit there, but too far, goes out of play. Point goes to the Trojans.
Trojans are staying in this year, 14-8. They've been playing, like I said earlier, I mean, the comparison from last year to this year has been crazy from their improvement.
Back to serve is Waters. DeVries set to Carrick. She hits it hard. Johnson, DeVries set to O'Neal. She hits it hard. Block. There's Jones backing her up. Set to Carrick into the net. Point goes to the Trojans.
Red Oak trying all different styles of attack, but Atlantic just seems to be coming and picking them up.
And now back to serve will be Macy Waters. Soft serve across the net. Carrick, Johnson. Johnson hits it down hard. There's Waters. Goes backs up and taps it across the net. Tigers let it go out of play, and the point goes to Red Oak. Coming into the ball game is Nolik, and out of the game, Macy Waters for Atlantic. And Carrick back to serve. 15-9. Red Oak leads set number 1. There's Nolik. Set goes to Geyer. Tigers handle it from the back row. Abby Jones, but my goodness, that was close.
That was close. I mean, that could have gone
close.
Either way. But like I said,
from that
Abby
back
Jones,
row,
yeah, she does a great job of even getting into the back end of the court. You know, she hits it real hard. It's got spin on it. Just a little bit of far off the net right back there.
15-10. Red Oak leads. Jones gets under this one. Free ball across the net or into the net, and point goes to Atlantic. It's 15-11.
Little out of sync the Tigers seem to be right now. Just little mistakes right now is keeping Atlantic right now in this ballgame.
Abby Smith back to serve. Into the back row to Jones. Passed up front. DeVries set to Johnson. She taps it right into that little open spot, the donut hole on the court, and it's 16-11.
Great vision right there by Johnson. She's just coming up, hitting it hard, just dinks it right into the soft spot of the court.
O'Neal back to serve. Jones comes out. Carbaugh back on the court now for the Tigers. Into the back row. Passed up front. Set from Nolik.
Great block.
And hit down ball across the net by the Trojans. Off the hands of the Tigers, and the point goes to the Trojans. Trojans are still in the game.
I know they're right in it right now, and they're going to be an opponent the Tigers could possibly see down the road. So great practice right now for them.
16-12. Red Oak leads. Serve from Trotter. Jones. DeVries at the line. Gets it to Johnson, and Johnson this time gets that cross court back to the left-hand side. Cut shot across the court. Point goes to the Tigers.
I didn't even see that one coming. Great set by Chloe DeVries there. Lexi Johnson coming in and putting it down.
Dave Carbaugh just took over those duties flawlessly, didn't he?
Yep, that's
My
right.
Goodness. Johnson back to serve.
Hasn't missed a beat.
Passed up front. Set goes to Derby. Hits it into the net. Point goes to Tigers. 18-12. Red Oak leads set number 1 here in Red Oak. It's Red Oak Atlantic. Next will be Atlantic Shenandoah, and then Red Oak Shenandoah. That's the way our evening will go. Hit by Rasmussen. Jones. DeVries set to Carrick. Carrick hits it nicely across the net. There's Nolik. Rasmussen with the set to Pellet. She hits it across. DeVries with the dump set again, but getting under its Trotter. Rasmussen tapped to Pellet. DeVries to Jones from the back row. Abby Jones that time didn't hit it as hard as she has. Just goes right into that open spot. 19-12. Red Oak with the lead. Set number 1. Lexi Johnson back to serve. Little soft serve right into the middle part of the court. Trojans handled it well. Rasmussen with the kill. Chloe DeVries goes for that pancake. Didn't quite get it. 19-13. Macy Waters into the game, and Lexi Nolik will take a seat. Back to serve will be Haley Rasmussen. She's a senior setter for the Trojans. Smith is the serve into the net. Point goes to the Tigers. 20-13. Red Oak leads set number 1. Back to serve DeVries. Getting under its Waters. Rasmussen. I think we're going to have a 2-touch. Yep. Hit the ball twice. Point goes to the Tigers, 21-13. Red Oak leads. Serve from DeVries. Right at the net. Hit hard. I'm telling you, Alyssa Derby can hit the ball.
And only being a sophomore, she's got some great strength right there up on the net.
And back to serve will be Pellet, Carolyn Pellet. Jones gets under it. Set to Carrick. Hits it to that back line. This time it's in. And the point goes to the Tigers. 22-14. 22-14. Red Oak leads set number 1 here in Red Oak this evening. Abby Jones back to serve. Jump serve into the back row. Dug out by Pellet. Pushed across by Derby this time. Point goes to the Trojans.
A lot of soft touches going back and forth. I think both teams are anticipating the big swings. But you know what? They're taking advantage. Oh, Dave Carba. Yeah, that's a little mess up there, tossing 2 balls out.
There. Yeah, we go. Here we go.
Each one's got to serve.
Well, it's his first night on the
job. That's right, exactly.
Doing a great job. Set to Went. Blocked out of play. Point goes to the Tigers. 23-15. Back into the game is Blackman. Into serve. 23-15. Served by Blackman. Into the back row. Passed up front. Set to Geyer. She hits it across. Pancake that time. Didn't quite get. And point goes to Trojans, 23-16.
Atlanta can swing hard, Aaron. I mean, gosh, they're coming in here tonight with nothing to lose here, and they're still staying within it here.
Geyer and Derby can both hit the ball hard. Waters serve. Jones. There's DeVries with the set to Johnson. Johnson hits it hard. Rasmussen set this time to Smith. Smith can hit the ball.
I mean, both of them
they
right
can swing. They have some hammers.
They really can. And getting it down to the same direction of the court. They got great direction with their ball, too.
23-17. Red Oak leads set number 1. And back to serve is Macy Waters. She's a senior, 5'7" senior for the Trojans. Getting under, it's Jones. Little dump set there. Johnson chases it down. Blackman. Carrick will hit it across. A little too far, goes out of play, and the point goes to the Trojans, 23-18.
Atlantic creeping their way right back in, try to get themselves to 20.
Macy Waters back to serve again. There's Blackman, passes it up front, set to Lexi Johnson. She taps it across. Point goes to Red Oak. So here we are at set point now for the Tigers. 24-18, set number 1. Back to serve is Carrick. Coming into the game is Nolik for the Trojans. Serve from Carrick into the back row. Passed up front, Nolik. Set goes to Geyer, goes out of play, and that's going to do it. Set number 1. Red Oak leads. Red Oak wins 25-18 in set number 1. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back after these messages with set number 2. Welcome back to Red Oak. Set number 1 went to the Tigers. Red Oak over Atlantic, 25-18 is set number 1. And a lot of discussion going on here, Eli, between sets.
I think on both sides, even Red Oak coming out on top isn't happy with their first set performance. And I think Atlantic thought they can do themselves a little better too. But you know what? That's just sports, right?
Atlantic comes into tonight's contest 10-18 on the season.
A lot of games played.
They have played a lot of games, 10-18. The Tigers 18-4 on the season. So, but we're just a few minutes away. Trojans are back on the court now and headed for set number 2. We're going to have all the action here tonight, so you should call your friend, email your friend, text your friend, and let them know they can watch it on our YouTube channel. Remember to subscribe while you're there, by the way. Hit that subscribe button. We appreciate that. And also, listen, KCSI 95.3 on your old traditional. There you go.
Just like my dad does it.
And you can do that. You can go to our website, KCSI FM. You can click the Listen Live tab and listen there. You can download the app. Did Melanie put a link on Facebook?
Melanie, you got a link on Facebook? I think
there's
she
a
does.
link on Facebook. That'll take, so you can go to our Facebook page. That'll take you actually back to our YouTube page, but you can do that as well. And we sure appreciate it. We're set for set number 2 here in Red Oak. Second set of the triangular. A lot of volleyball this evening.
Yeah,
Eli.
a lot of it
It's
everywhere.
kind of getting into the fun time of the year. Serve from Blackman into the back row. Rasmussen. Set goes to Derby. Blocked at the net. And falls to the floor on the Trojan side of the net. Point goes to Tigers. So Tigers are on the board first in set number 2. Back to serve is Blackman. Into the back row it goes. And ace serve by Blackman.
It seems like Blackman this year, and I look at it, I think she's I think at least top 5 in the conference with ace serves on the season so far.
She is. She does well from behind the service line. Serve this now. We're talking, Eli, and then
I do it every time.
So just be quiet for the rest of the night, Eli.
I think you're right.
Serve into the net. Point goes to the Trojans. It's 2-1. Set number 2. Back to serve is Derby. I'm telling you, Derby can hit the ball.
She does hit hard.
And into the back row to Carrick. Passed up front. Set to O'Neill. Blocked at the net. Jones chases it down. That's just hustle right there. Back across the net. Set this time. Goes to Pellet. Point goes to the Tigers. Hit the upright. Antenna.
Antenna upright.
The pin.
One of them.
Antenna or pins are the two technical. I'm going with upright.
There you go. Rasmussen.
Set goes to Water. She just taps it across. Hits the floor, and the point goes to the Trojans.
I mean,
3-2, Red Oak leads set number 2.
Trojans are, I mean, they're coming out swinging hard here in this first set, going both ways. Red Oak's doing a great job with hustle, but Atlantic's coming back too with it.
Serve, nice serve there by Waters into the open spot, but Blackman just chases it down, pushed across the net by Jones. Rasmussen hit across the net by Smith. Set to Johnson. Lexi hits it hard. Trojans handle it. From behind the 10-foot line is Derby. This one goes out too far, misses the back line, and point goes to Tigers. And coming into the game is Nolik, out of the game Waters. And O'Neill steps back to serve for the Tigers. It's 4-2. Red Oak with the lead. Set number 2. Red Oak wins set number 1. Set goes to Smith. She hits it hard, goes off of the hands of the Tigers and out of play, and the point goes to the Trojans. It's a 1-point set.
Yeah, and it's always tough to block those on the corners. Both teams tend to be sitting from the outside. More times than not, they get that block up and goes out of bounds.
Serve from Smith. Jones is there. Set to Carbaugh. That just goes straight down. Nice kill by Liz Carbaugh.
And Liz got that swing that just straight up, straight down. She's able to put it down on a dime right there.
It's 5-3, Red Oak with the lead. Coming out of the game, Blackman. Into the game is Went. And back to serve Johnson. Into the back row, passed up front. Nolik with the set to Geyer. Tigers handle it. Johnson, or Jones from that back row attack is working for Abby so far here tonight.
And that's something that a lot of teams don't have is that back row attack like Jones does. She's able to put it down hard.
6-3, Red Oak leads set number 2. Serve from Johnson. Ace serve. Would that be an ace serve, Eli? Come back across. They dug it out and then just kind of got tangled up at the net and didn't get it across. 7-3, Red Oak leads. Lexi Johnson serve into the back row again to Derby. Rasmussen. Down ball across the net by Pellet. It goes out of play. Point goes to Red Oak.
That was a little interesting there. They called it out of bounds because it came outside the antenna, right? But it landed in play here on the other side. I was a little confused there for
or the upright.
Yeah, something like that.
Upright. Johnson serve into the back row.
It's no good.
And Tigers a little out of system, little miscommunication they're talking about. Here we go. 8-4, Red Oak leads set number 2.
Just when you take a deep breath and just play volleyball, right?
They talked it out. And little just miscommunication. Back to serve for Atlantic will be Mia Trotter. Trotter serve to Lexi Johnson. Jones from behind that 10-foot line again. There's Smith. Across the net. Set goes to Jones from behind the 10-foot line. Too far this time. And the point goes to the Trojans. It's 8-5. Red Oak leads set number 2. Back to serve for the Trojans will be Mia Trotter. She's a libero, 5'5" libero, senior for the Trojans. From the middle portion of the court into the back row. Tigers let it go. It sells out of play, and the point goes to Red Oak. 9-5, Red Oak with the lead. Set number 2, back to serve will be Chloe DeVries for Red Oak. Into the back row. Getting under it will be the Trojans. And then free ball across the net by Derby. Set to Carbaugh. Quick reaction by Pellet to keep that one alive. Rasmussen hits it across. DeVries is there to dig it out. Jones behind the 10-foot line is Lexi Johnson. Hits it into the open spot on the court, but the Trojans get there. Tapped across by Pellet. Hit by Carrick. And it falls to the floor. Nice aggressive play there by both teams. Tigers end up with the point. It's 10-5. Red Oak leads set number 2.
And like you said, great volley on both sides. It's just a little sweeter to be able to fall down and get that point.
And back to serve is Chloe DeVries for the Tigers. Into the back row. Pellet. Set goes to Rasmussen. She hits it hard. It goes out of play. Last touch by the Tigers. And the point goes to the Trojans. It's 10-6.
Like I said earlier, attacking the outsides right here is big because they're coming to put one down. It's hard to keep that block in play.
Haley Rasmussen back to serve. Into the back row to Jones. DeVries set to Went. Goes into the net. Point goes to the Trojans. And Trojans in this set, 10-7.
And Trojans been able to just get rallies on points, getting 2, getting 3, maybe sometimes even 4. That's what we're trying to do here.
Rasmussen jump serve just across the net. Carrick is there. DeVries set to Carrick. She hits it hard. And it's off of the hands of the Tigers, and it goes out of play. It's a 2-point set here, Eli. 10-8. Trojans are coming back.
And that's 4 straight for Atlantic here. Trying to keep themselves on a roll. Red Oak needs to find out a way to get themselves a point here.
Momentum, as I always say, such a big thing in volleyball. Johnson, DeVries, set to, again, Carbaugh.
And that's how you do it there. That's how you stop the momentum is get the ball to Liz Carbaugh there.
Liz Carbaugh with the big hit. 11-8. Red Oak leads set number 2. Carbaugh comes out of the game. Into the game will be, looks like Went. Jump serve by Jones into the net. I don't know how she times that.
I mean,
she backs up clear into almost into the hall.
I can only hit a ball when it's sitting on a tee and time it up.
I don't know how she does. 11-9. Red Oak leads set number 2. Back to serve is Pellet. Serves low and into the net. Point goes to the Tigers.
Just trading serves back and forth with each other here.
And Went comes out of the game. Blackman back into the game for Red Oak. Ashlyn Blackman serve into the back row to Trotter. Up front, Rasmussen. Set goes to Smith. Hits it hard. Jones gets under it and then tapped down by Smith. That's a great play at the net by Abby Smith.
Yeah, and when she's got, like I said, the good visions, the hard swings coming from Smith, ball just lands right back on her, sees the soft spot and puts it down.
Alyssa Derby back to serve for Atlantic. Into the back row to Blackman. DeVries set to Carrick. She hits it across the net. Point to Smith. There's Jones. Lexi Johnson hits it across the net. Chased down. And quite get there. The Trojans, it almost made all 4 corners of the court.
Like I just said, it almost looked like Plinko there coming back and forth.
But the 13-10 point goes to Red Oak. Set number 2. Back to serve is Carrick. Rasmussen with the set to Waters. Dug out by Carrick. DeVries set to Jones from behind the 10-foot line. Abby Jones hits it across, getting under to Smith. There, Waters hits it, and it's a net violation on the Tigers. Tigers into the net. Point goes to Atlantic.
And, and there hasn't been a lot of net violations on both sides. The officials letting them play on both sides, and it's 13-11 here.
Back to serve is Macy Waters. She's a senior, 5'7" senior for Atlantic. Serve received by Johnson. Set to O'Neill. She hits it hard. At the net is Geyer, but now we have a net violation on the Trojans.
It just seems like you either get a serve both in the net on both sides or a violation on both sides, just trading points back and forth here.
Carbaugh comes into the game. Jones takes a seat. Back to serve will be O'Neill. Red Oak leads 14-11 in set number 2. Serve from O'Neill received by Rasmussen. Set from Nolik to Rasmussen. She hits it across, and the point goes to Atlantic.
Is that Derby again?
With the kill there, no.
Oh.
I think that was Nolik.
I think that was been her 5th this set.
Abby Smith back to serve. 14-12. Red Oak leads set number 2. 15-12 now. Serve is low and into the net. 15-12. Red Oak leads set number 2. And back to serve is Lexi Johnson. Coming into the game, Went out of the game, Blackman for Red Oak. Lexi Johnson back to serve. Into the back row. Set comes from Nolik to Rasmussen. She hits it hard into the net and bounces actually over the net. And the point goes to Atlantic. 15-13. 2-point set here, set number 2. Red Oak leads 15-13. Mia Trotter, the libero, back to serve for Atlantic. Lexi Johnson digs. Set to Carbaugh. She just taps this one across. Nice job by Liz to see that open spot.
Great vision and experience showing right now for Liz. She's been hitting hard, swinging tough, just puts a little drop right over the net.
And it's 16-13, set number 2. Red Oak leads. Back to serve is DeVries. Chloe DeVries back to serve. Into the back row. And the Trojans let it go. It goes out of play. Heads up play by the Trojans. 16-14. Trojans just keeping this one close.
And they are staying right in it. They've been within 2 points. I think the greatest lead's only been 5 points here in this set.
Back to serve is Haley Rasmussen. Jump serve from Rasmussen just across the net. Carrick is there. Set goes to Carrick. She hits it across the court. Waters, Rasmussen back to Waters. Down ball across the net by Waters. Set to Carrick on the right side. Puts it up. Blocked out of play. Last touch by the Trojans. Point goes to the Tigers.
And that's why I think it's a plus if you're attacking from the outsides here. It's so hard to put that block back down on the other side.
Carbaugh out of the game. O'Neal into the game. Back to serve is Abby Jones. Just tipped the top ribbon across, and the Trojans dig it out. Nicely hit by Pellet. Goes out of play. Point goes to Tigers. 18-14 now. Set number 2. Red Oak with the lead. 18-14.
That serve is just wild.
It is pretty wild. When it's on, it's something to behold. Jump serve again into the back row. Dug out. Back across the net. Went. Down ball across the net by Went. Set to Pellet, hits it hard, and the point goes to the Trojans. It's 18-15 now. Red Oak leads set number 2. Back to serve is Carolyn Pellet. She's a senior.
And Atlantic's doing a great job of especially attacking the back row, too.
Pellet's serve, low and into the net. Point goes to Red Oak, 19-15. Into the game comes Blackman, out of the game Went. Ashlyn Blackman's has had a nice game from behind the service line. Into the back row it goes. Pellet up front, set. Here's Derby. Wow. That little low set to Derby. She just crushes it. She can hit the ball.
She's been able to
How many times have I said that, Eli?
I think that's might be, like I said, 5th or 6th time she's had to kill this set.
She is. She can hit it hard. Back to serve is Derby. There's Blackman, passes it up front. Set goes to Johnson. Johnson can hit the ball too. Kind of skips off of a couple of Atlantic players' hands, out of play. Point goes to the Tigers. It's 20-16. 20-16. Red Oak with the lead. Back to serve is Carrick. Into the back row. Pellet set from Rasmussen to Waters. She hits it. Jones is there. DeVries with the set to Johnson. Hits it down and getting under it nicely is Smith. But Trojans just get out of system, can't get it back across the net. Point goes to the Tigers. 21-16. Red Oak leads. Set number 2. Red Oak wins set number 1, 25-18. Carrick again serves. Rasmussen with the set to Geyer. And Blackman passes it up front. Hit by Lexi Johnson. Not necessarily her hardest hit, but it hits just inside the line down through the seam in the court, and the point goes to Red Oak. It's 22-16. Red Oak leads set number 2. Timeout on the court. We're going to take it with them, Eli, and we'll be back after these messages. Red Oak, set number 1. The Tigers win 25-18. Red Oak wins set number 1. Set number 2, Red Oak leads 22-18. Timeout on the court at the moment. And Coach Montgomery talking to her Tigers here. So, been a kind of a quiet evening so far, Eli.
You know, it's been just a little different, I will say. But, you know, it's teams, I mean, both sides don't seem to be struck by it at all. Both playing well volleyball.
They're just playing volleyball. Absolutely. Back to serve will be Carrick for the Tigers. Serve into the back row. Pellet is there. Comes right to the net. Handled well by Rasmussen. Hit this time by Smith, but it goes too far. Out of play. Point goes to Red Oak. It's 23-16. 23-16. Set number 2. Red Oak leads. Serve from Carrick. Low and into the net. 23-17.
A lot of service errors coming from both sides here, especially deep into the season now. That's going to might be nipping you here towards regionals.
And back to serve is Waters. There's Carrick. DeVries set to O'Neill. She hits it hard, but blocked at the net by Aubrey Geyer. She's a sophomore.
And, you know, a softball coming over Atlantic takes advantage of that and puts it back down on the other side.
23-18. Red Oak leads. Back to serve is Waters. There's Carrick. Set to Johnson. Lexi Johnson hits the cross. It's in play, and the point goes to the Tigers. This will be set point. Coming back into the game is Nolik. Out of the game, Waters. Back to serve O'Neill. 24-18, set point here for set number 2. Lennon O'Neill back to serve for Red Oak. Rasmussen receives. Set from Nolik to Rasmussen. She hits it hard, out of play. That is going to do it for set number 2. 25-18, Red Oak wins set number 2. And we're going to take a break, and we will be back right after these messages. Getting set for the third set, and the Red Oak wins the first 2 sets, 25-18, both sets. And Trojans are going to come out swinging this set, Eli.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing is they're right there. They're right there at it. They've been within a couple points at each time, just right towards the end. Red Oak seems to stretch it out, but you know what? They seem to be getting pumped up over here. Their coach is trying to get them up excited with a kind of a quiet gym tonight. And, you know, I think Atlantic will bring it here this set.
They're gonna bring it because this is it or go home for them.
That's
or
right.
I guess actually that's not true. They'll play right after this.
That's true.
But this match
we'll be right here for it.
We're going to be here. And in fact, along those lines, so the Red Oak wins the first 2 sets here, 25-18 in both of those first 2 sets. Next match will be Atlantic Shenandoah. We'll be here for that.
Yep.
You can watch it. You can listen to it right here. And then the third match of the evening will be between Red Oak and Shenandoah. So we'll have that one as well.
Put them all for you here.
A lot of volleyball. Did you see the Chiefs play this weekend, Eli?
I went to Monday Night Football last week and watched the Chiefs play.
Yeah.
I am not a Chiefs fan by any means. I'm a Packer fan, and I just love it. I mean, well, I don't love it. They got beat, so that leaves Green Bay, and I think Buffalo plays tonight. That's another undefeated team. Buffalo and Tennessee play tonight. That's the battle of undefeated.
Yep.
So it's going to knock someone else off, and now Packers might be the only one undefeated here before we know it.
You and your Packers.
It
always comes back around to the Packers.
I don't know if anybody's going to be beating them in the NFC, but it was cool to watch New England play and see Bill Belichick. So
back to serve is Rasmussen for Atlantic. Set number 3 underway. Jones receives. Set goes to Wendt. Cameron Wendt again. Finds that spot, then the Trojans get under it, but it goes out of play, and the point goes to Tigers. Tigers on the board first. 1-0. Coming into the game is Blackman. Out of the game, Wendt. And Blackman back to serve for Red Oak. Set number 3, Red Oak won the first 2 over Atlantic. Into the back row, there is Smith Waters down ball across the net. Chasing it down is Blackman, but it goes out of play. We're tied up at 1 apiece.
Like I said, in both sets early, Atlantic and Red Oak just trading off points back and forth. Atlantic might need to try to capitalize on this side, try to get their lead.
Pellet back to serve for Atlantic. Into the back row to Blackman. Pass up front to DeVries. Set to O'Neill. Nice hit by O'Neill. Pellet gets under it, but it goes kind of wild out to the side. Goes into the bleachers. Point goes to Red Oak. It's 22-1. 2-1.
That was quick.
That was a quick set. 2-1. Red Oak with the lead. Set to Derby. Hits
Big
it hard.
swing.
Blocked well, but Tigers handle it. DeVries looks like the jump set and then just hits it across. There's Derby again. Johnson hits it. Chased down by Trotter, but it goes out of play. Just kind of scrappy play there.
And that's what you like to see on both sides, going back and forth, just blowing shots on each side. But Red Oak comes up on top, leads 3-1 here in this third set.
Back to serve. Red Oak, like you said, 3-1. Red Oak leads set number 3. Serve from Carrick into the back row. Pellet. Rasmussen with the set to Smith. Smith can hit the ball. I'm telling you.
And
She's
both
a sophomore.
Derby and Smith going back and forth. You can't even tell the difference between them. They're hitting the ball so hard.
Now back to serve will be Derby. 3-2. Red Oak leads set number 3. Derby serve low across the net. Blackman is there to pass it up front. DeVries set to Jones from behind the 10-foot line. Pellet gets under it. Rasmussen. Down ball across the net by Pellet rather. Jones chases it down, puts it across the net from behind the line. Set to Smith. Abby Smith, the sophomore.
And, having Smith and Derby on your team, your future's bright, especially them being pretty young players. Are they both sophomores?
Actually, Derby's a senior.
Derby is well.
Smith is a sophomore.
It just seems like you're going to be replacing her with another great hitter.
Geyer's a sophomore.
Yeah.
Serve this time from Derby goes out of play. Point goes to the Tigers. It's 4-3. Red Oak leads. Coming into the game, Carbaugh. Out of the game, Jones. And back to serve, O'Neill. Set number 3. Red Oak wins first 2 sets. 25-18. Both of those first sets, Red Oak wins. Right at the net, Carbaugh just goes up and hammers it down. It was received by the Trojans. They dig it back and pass it up to the net, but it's right at the net. Carbaugh just goes up and slams it down.
Just sees that floating ball over. Smart play.
Serve into the back row to Pellet, and it goes out into the bleachers once again, and the point goes to the Tigers. It's 6-3.
Call that an ace, Aaron? Is that an ace?
That'd be an ace.
I think it would be. All right.
That'd be an ace. O'Neill back to serve. Back row to Pellet. Up front, Waters. Free ball across the net by Smith. Tapped across by Lexi Johnson. Rasmussen is there. Hit hard by Smith this time, Abby Smith. And the point goes to the Trojans, 6-4. Back into the game, Jones. Out of the game, O'Neill. 6-4, Red Oak leads. Back to serve will be Macy Waters for Atlantic. There's Carrick. DeVries with the set to Carbaugh. Carbaugh hits it hard again at the net. Liz Carbaugh.
And she's got that swing that's just so unique. It's straight up and down, and she works with it, and she's able to put him right back down.
Into the game is Lexi Nolik. Out of the game, Waters. And Cam Wint comes back into the game for Red Oak. And Ashlyn Blackman takes a seat. Lexi Johnson with the serve. Pellet digs it, passes it up front. Nolik set to Smith, but hit into the net. Point goes to the Tigers. It's 8-4. Red Oak leads.
And this is what Red Oak's pretty good at. The games start off close, the matches right at first in the sets, but, Red Oak's able to stretch these leads out.
Just keep adding points.
Keep adding it up.
Jones passes it up front. DeVries set to Carbaugh. There's right at the net. Geyer just taps it across. Set this time to Went. And the Trojans do a nice job of keeping it alive. Free ball across the net there by Derby. Set to Carbaugh. She just taps it. She's been hitting it all night and then just taps it into that open spot. Liz Carbaugh, nice job.
Jump maybe just a tad bit early there, but it worked out for her to tap it in that soft spot.
9-4. Red Oak leads set number 3. Set goes to Geyer. She hits it, but dug nicely by Abby Jones. Carrick hits it across the net. There's Nolik. Hit across by Derby. Set to Carbaugh. Carbaugh hits it again at the net. Point goes to Tigers, 10-4.
Carbaugh's got about 3 kills right in a row there.
Liz is doing just a really great job at the net. 10-4. Red Oak leads. Serve from Johnson. There's Rasmussen. Nolik set back to Rasmussen. Jones chased it down. Can't quite get under it. It's 10-5. Red Oak leads set number 3. And back to serve will be Abby Smith. She's a 5'7" sophomore and just a great volleyball player. Serve is low and into the net. 11-5, Red Oak leads. Back to serve will be DeVries, Chloe DeVries. Getting under it is Derby. Set goes to Pellet. She hits it across the net. Went at the net. Nice hit by Cameron Went. Bounces off of the hands of the Atlantic players, falls to the open spot on the floor. It's 12-5, Red Oak with the lead.
Almost had a head-on collision here by Johnson and Jones there.
DeVries serves into the back row. Now Rasmussen with the kill attempt. Tapped across by Carrick. Nolik with the set to Geyer. She hits it across the net. DeVries is there. Jones passes it up front now. Then Johnson hits it hard into the back row. Nolik keeps it alive. Free ball across the net by Smith. Set to Carbaugh again. Liz Carbaugh.
What a night she's having right now. That's
goodness.
Fourth kill this set.
Wow. Liz doing a great job. 13-5. Red Oak leads set number 3. Back to serve Chloe DeVries for Red Oak. Set number 3. This little soft serve, ace serve by Chloe DeVries.
Great vision.
14-5.
Great vision right there. Everybody playing back. She's able to drop it right in the center circle there.
Great vision and great ball control as well. Little soft serve, ace serve. This one bounces off of the top ribbon and just falls to the floor. 15-5. 2 ace serves in a row for Chloe DeVries. This time goes into the back row to Smith. Up front, Nolik set to Geyer. She taps it into the open spot on the floor. Nice job there by the Trojans.
Yep, Trojans see everybody coming over to the right side of the court. They able to go cross court, just tap it on over. 15-6 Red Oak.
15-6. Red Oak leads set number 3. Back to serve is Trotter, the libero. Trotter serve into the back row to Johnson. Set to Carrick. She hits it hard at the net. Block point goes to the Trojans. And 15-7. Red Oak leads. Back to serve once again, Trotter. Mia Trotter. Serve this time is low and into the net. Point goes to Tigers. 16-7. 16-7, set number 3. O'Neal back into the game. Carbaugh takes the seat. And Abby Jones goes back to serve for Red Oak. Jump serve from Jones. Into the back row. Pellet receives right up the net. Ace serve.
Ace serve right there. I think that's the 5th one on the night here for Red Oak.
17-7. Red Oak leads. Timeout on the court. We're going to take it with them, and we'll be right back after these messages. Red Oak leads set number 3, 17-7. By Abby Jones, received by Trotter, tapped across by Rasmussen. Carrick is there. DeVries set to O'Neal. She hits it across. Trotter digs it, passes it up front. Nolik set to Derby. Derby slams it down. Point goes to the Trojans.
Good taking timeout right there. Atlantic comes back with the point.
And into the game, Waters. Out of the game, Nolik. Back to serve will be Haley Rasmussen, senior. 5'4" senior for Atlantic. Rasmussen can play basketball, too.
She can, too.
She can shoot the ball. Hit by Went. Across the net. Handled well by the Trojans. There's Derby. She can hit the ball.
And wow, yeah,
Alyssa Derby. Point goes to the Trojans, 17-9.
She's been able to put it down a lot this game. She's definitely, I think, worthy of a Hawkeye 10. Mentioned it for sure up there for a postseason accolade, but wow, it's been pretty good for her night.
Back to serve Rasmussen for Atlantic. Jump serve into the back row, Jones. DeVries set to O'Neill. Hits it right through the seam. Nice job by Lennon O'Neill. It's 18-9. Red Oak leads. Back into the game. Blackman taking a seat will be Went. 18-9. Red Oak with the lead.
It's just so different seeing them kick the ball. Kick the ball around instead of just rolling it right back.
DeVries, Blackman and Derby at the net again.
She's having a night.
She can
for
hit
Atlantic.
the ball. 18-10. Red Oak leads. Set number 3. Back to serve will be Caroline Pellet. She's a senior. Nice little player for the Trojans. Pellet is. Serve from the right side, low and into the net. Point goes to the Tigers. 19-10. Red Oak leads. Set number 3. Back to serve will be Tori Carrick. Into the back row. Pellet passes it up front. Rasmussen tapped across, this time by Derby. Jones. And Carrick hits it across right at the net. Blocked by Derby. Kept alive by the Tigers well. DeVries taps it across. Little two-hand tap across the net. And the point goes to Red Oak. It's 20-10. Red Oak with the lead. And serve by Carrick into the back row. Set hit hard by Derby, but handled well there by the Tigers. Kept alive, scrappy play, just keeps it alive into the back row to Pellet. Push across the net by Rasmussen. Set to O'Neill, she hits it hard. Waters is there, now Rasmussen. Down ball across the net by Trotter. DeVries set to Jones from behind the 10-foot line. And Abby Jones, again, from behind the 10-foot line, gets it done.
She's pretty dangerous, I think, from back there. She's a great asset for the Tigers. She's got that spin on that ball, just able to keep going down.
21-10, Red Oak lead. Serve from Carrick into the back row to Pellet. Passed up front. Rasmussen set to Smith, hits it across. Jones digs it, passes it up front. There's Lexi Johnson. Too far, going to that cut shot back across the court, and it goes out of play. Back to serve will be Derby. Alyssa Derby for Atlantic. 21-11. Red Oak leads. Blackman passes it up front. Set to Lexi Johnson. Lexi hit that one hard. 22-11. Back into the game. Carbaugh out of the game. Jones. And back to serve will be O'Neill. 22-11. Red Oak with the lead. Lennon O'Neill back to serve. Red Oak wins. It's over for this one. They lead 2-0. Hit by Waters. Point goes to Atlantic. 22-12. Red Oak with the lead. Jones comes into the game. O'Neill takes a seat. And back to serve will be Macy Waters for Atlantic. 22-12. Waters serve. Serves from the mid portion of the court. Set to Carbaugh. She hits it hard, but Atlantic handles it well. Dump set there by Macy Waters. Hit across the net by Carrick, dug out by Pellet. Rasmussen with the set to Derby. She hits it. Blackman keeps it alive. Set to Johnson. Pellet digs it up, passes it up front, and it goes into the net. Point goes to Tigers. It's 23-12.
And that's the thing that separates the Tigers from, I think, the Trojans tonight. When they have those long, volleys back and forth, Red Oaks seem to be winning those, getting on top.
Nolik into the game. Waters takes a seat. Back to serve for Red Oak, Lexi Johnson, 23-12. Into the back row, Derby pushes it up front. Nolik with the set to Smith. She hits it across. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 23-13. Red Oak with the lead. Back to serve will be Smith, Abby Smith. Carrick chases the ball down, goes back into the hallway, and there we go. We're set and ready for action. Abby Smith with the serve into the back row to Jones. She digs, passes it up front, set to Carbaugh. Carbaugh taps it across. Nolik hit across by Geyer. Jones passes it up front. Went this time, hits it across the net. Derby is there. Set goes to Pellet, blocked at the net by Carbaugh. Hit by Rasmussen. Carrick passes it up front. Went hits it down this time. Nice little shot by Cam Went, 24-13. This would be the match. 24-13, and back to serve is Chloe DeVries for Red Oak. Getting under its derby. Nolik set to Rasmussen. Jones passes it up front. Set to Carrick. Hits it into that back corner. That's going to do it. 25-13. Red Oak wins over Atlantic. 25-13 here in the first match of our triangular. So Red Oak comes and wins the first three. It's 25-18, 25-18, 25-13. Red Oak comes out on top in this game against Atlantic. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back after these messages. Thanks for watching. We appreciate folks watching. It's the Red Oak Greenhouse post-match show, and thanks to the Red Oak Greenhouse for, again, being a great partner with us here on KCSI and really throughout the community. Tigers played a good, solid match, Eli.
Yeah, and I say especially around that third set, it started to look more like Tiger volleyball. It's kind of getting late in that season. I understand on both sides it's been an awkward season for everybody. But, give credit to Atlantic, too. They really came in. They were swinging hard, always within a couple points, but Red Oak did a great job at winning those big volleys. I think that was the big difference. When they won those big volleys, the points started to stretch out for them.
Yep, so Red Oak wins in the opening match here this evening, 25-18, 25-18, 25-13. Not sure that we're going to talk with Coach Montgomery now or probably later on tonight. Yep. We'll talk with her, maybe some athletes after that third game in the triangular. But now, so Red Oak Atlantic's over. We're going to move to Atlantic Shenandoah here this evening in a few minutes. We're a few minutes away from that. But again, I want to say thanks to the Red Oak Greenhouse with the Red Oak Greenhouse post-match show. I'm going to say again, call your friends, text your friends, email your friends, let them know they can go to our YouTube page and they can watch it here on KCSI. Wins over Atlantic here in the first opening match of this triangular here in Red Oak this evening, 25-18, 25-18, 25-13. Eli, give me your thoughts on that first match here.
First one of the night, like usual, it always starts off maybe just a little slow. But you know what? I thought it was a great job on both. And Atlantic coming in facing a ranked opponent as Red Oak. Red Oak top of the regional here. Could be a potential matchup down the road maybe. And I think Atlantic gave it all they had, but Red Oak did a great job, like I said earlier, getting on top of those big volley match points. When you're coming back and forth on both sides and it's only a 2-point game, winning those gets you the lead, stretches that out even more. And Red Oak really did a great job tonight making sure to win those big volleys.
So the Tigers are going to have a bit of a break here, and the Phillies are on the court warming up now. So a few minutes away from that opening serve, and that we're going to bring you that as well. We're going to step away, take a quick break, and we'll be back after these messages. Aaron West and Eli Bells. Match number 1's under our belt. Red Oak comes out on top 25-18, 25-18, 25-13. About probably 15 minutes away from the opening serve between the Atlantic Trojans and the Shenandoah Phillies. About probably 15 minutes away from that. 11 minutes on the clock for warm-ups. So we're going to once again take a break, and we will be back and look at some statistical information and kind of look at these two teams right after we get back after these messages. Welcome back to our folks watching online. Mel, how are you?
Great.
Let me turn you up a little bit there.
I'm so quiet and meek.
She usually is quiet, so.
How's it going with the camera? Are you maintaining attention?
I have
as
done-
best as she can.
I've done a pretty good job. I haven't done any shopping on my phone, or I've done a really good job tonight so far.
Mel, how could people watch, or what should they do if they want to watch online?
Well, they should go to the KCSI Radio YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And you can just go to YouTube and search KCSI Radio, and it will come up.
Yep.
And just click on there, and then you'll see a link. You'll see it, and you can click in and start watching.
It's just that simple,
It's
really.
that simple. And then the other thing you can do is go to KCSI Radio on Facebook, and we have a link on there that you can just click on that takes you straight to our YouTube channel.
Yep.
And then you can watch that way.
All right.
We'd like for them to subscribe.
You should subscribe. Yeah, if you're there, you should subscribe.
Because then if you'll just tap on, there's a little bell at
Yeah.
the top of the YouTube channel. If you click on that after you subscribe, every time we start something, you'll just get a little notification.
So, all right.
I feel like that Eli may have just
I think we may
messed
have
something
got our.
up.
I think we may have just got our Facebook back.
Wow, Eli's. Well, so but you can call your.
we have radio ADD is what we've got.
So.
But if you subscribe, then like if you forget that we're going to be streaming something, and
you'll get a notification. So
we're back, baby.
you get. You want to come talk?
We can tell. We'll just do it after. Just after Coach Montgomery. We'll just do it after.
I'll cover you this time.
So
I feel like that
Coach.
first set.
Okay. Do you see how quickly she loses focus?
Oh, yeah.
What?
You see how quickly you lose focus on that?
I did.
Coach Montgomery distracted you there for just a minute. So,
Well, I'm hoping that I can do good on this game.
yeah, you're going to do great.
I'm going to try my best. But
So we got the Phillies and the Trojans coming up. Then we're going to
I
have.
think they're the Trojans.
No,
they are the
They
Trojans.
used to be the Trojans, but they are now the Trojans.
You know what's even worse than those things?
Read the back of their jersey.
I can read. What's even worse than that, I think, is like when you're the lady Trojans or the lady
They're the Trojans.
Tigers
Okay.
or the lady hillbillies.
There you go.
You're just a hillbilly or you're just a tiger.
I don't.
All right.
There is
Are they the
lady-
lady Rams?
They used to be the Ramettes. They are not the
Ram.
Ram.
We used to be the Tigress. Sue
Okay.
Ann was a Tigerette.
We need to. Yep. We need to take. But anyway,
But
call
don't
your
ask
friends.
me to get on here and then ditch
We
me.
have volleyball coming up here.
We
call
got
your-
3.5 minutes.
Call your folks. Text your
My
folks.
folks are probably still at work.
Yeah,
You know what
His
I'm saying.
folks don't care.
Probably
Yeah,
Probably, if you're listening, email it to your grandma, grandpa, whoever across the nation that wants to watch or listen. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You
you
see
know,
what?
it's
See
a-
what I'm dealing with here, folks. You
Well,
see?
I want a nacho. I mean, we're going
Well-
to be here for 5 hours. I would like a nacho.
well, I got an hour
Doing a
ride back.
nacho?
I just
So
sit, relax, put on Pardon My Take. And
Here we go.
You don't know.
Put on
Bar-
part of
Let's-
what?
Pardon My Take. You ever heard of that?
Put on part of my take.
Well, you Pardon My Take. It's a
Let's-
podcast.
there,
Part of my take.
we have really.
Pardon My Take.
Pardon my take.
Yeah, it's a.
I've
from-
heard you talk about
You know
that.
Barstool
Oh my
Sports,
gosh.
right?
I know Barstool
Oh,
Sports.
see, I think we should have a Barstool KCSI.
Oh my
Wouldn't
gosh.
that be fun?
Can
There
I
you
be
go.
on it?
Well,
Yeah.
it'd be. We'd have to make it PG.
I probably won't be on it then.
All right, let's take a break here, and we'll be back.
Aaron's getting nervous.
I got to get
Just a little
get
round
dialed in
up
here. so.
here.
to Red Oak. We are back now, set for the second match of the evening. Aaron West along with Eli Bells. Eli, how are you?
I'm doing great. Just eating some popcorn, and Melanie's yapping at me to eat another hot dog. And she says it's making her nervous. Can you believe it?
I can believe it. I can believe it.
I can too.
Are going to be set for, it's going to be Shenandoah and Atlantic for set number 2. And just had the opportunity to watch Atlantic play just a few minutes ago. Red Oak comes out on top in that set, 25-18, 25-18, 25-13. And we're set for set number 2. The Phillies.
Yep, I just learned how to spell Phillies. So I always thought it was with a P, but I'm stand corrected. But no, but like you said, Aaron, Atlantic Shenandoah here. You know, Atlantic on the season just coming off that. I mean, like we were talking about earlier, they played a lot of games here this season. This is a first-round matchup here, I think, for next week. Atlantic and Shan will play, so kind of just like a little.
Actually, Atlantic and Clarinda.
Atlantic, Clarinda, and Red Oak and Shan play.
Red Oak and Shan play.
Okay.
So Atlantic or Shenandoah comes into this 3-16 on the season, and Atlantic now 10-19 on the season.
Mm-hmm.
And we're set here for volleyball action, I think.
Yep, we're ready to go.
And on the court for Shenandoah will be Cassidy Morris, also Jasmine Rogers, Mia Parker, Bailey Maher. Looks like Brooklyn Black will be as well, and Saida Rodewald will be on the court for the Mustangs. Back to serve will be Brooklyn Black. The Brooklyn Black serve into the back row. Passed up front, Rasmussen. Set goes to Derby. She can hit the ball hard, Eli.
Yeah,
and
like you
she
said.
Does.
She comes right back where she left off.
And the Mustangs are on the board first, 1-0, set number 1. Mustangs lead.
Oh, it's
the Trojans lead. Sorry about that. Into the back row and dug out, but it goes out of play. Last touch by the Phillies. And we're good to go. 2-0 now. Trojans lead. I apologize, folks. I'll get it straight here probably about set number 3.
Yeah,
I'll get dialed in about set number 3.
That's just how it is. Comes with old age, right?
Easy now. Rodewald digs, pass it up front, hit across the net, this time by Morris. Tapped down nicely at the net by Jasmine Rogers. She's a 5'11 senior.
It's great try there. You know, she came up, tried to put it down on the other side, just pushed it out just a little too much.
All right, and here we go. Back to serve will be Rasmussen, Haley Rasmussen for Atlantic, the Trojans. Into the back row. Rodewald passes it up front. Black set goes to Rogers. She hits it across, dugout. Rasmussen with the set to Waters, hits it across. Rodewald is there. Black set goes to Parker, hits it across, dugout nicely this time by the Trojans. Falls to the floor on the side of it. The Mustangs, and it's 4-0. Mustangs lead, set 4-0. Trojans lead.
Go.
Okay, Eli, your next task is to not let me do that all night. Trojans lead 4-0.
My statement's been proven correct so far, right?
Easy now. Easy now. Hit at the net by Pellet, and the point goes to the Mustangs.
Phillies. You're getting, oh, Lord, you're
my
just
gosh.
stacking right on top of it.
Phillies. How do you
Yes.
spell Phillies, Eli?
With an F.
Easy.
Fillies.
Blank back to serve into the back row. Waters is there. Set from Rasmussen to Pellet. She hits it across. Black. Parker this time. Free ball across the net by Blank. Tap hit hard by Derby, and the point goes to the Trojans.
Blank someone's last name, right?
Blank.
I was going to say, you
Macy
just
Blank.
keep saying Blank. I'm
Blank.
like,
Macy Blank. She's a senior.
there we go.
Back to serve will be Pellet. 5-1. Trojans lead. Trojans Phillies here, game number 2 in this triangular. And the point goes to the Phillies. Serve is low and into the net. 5-2. Trojans lead into the game. And to serve is Olivia Stogdell.
Right?
To serve, Olivia Stogdell. 5-2. Trojans lead. Into the back row. Pellet right at the net. Getting under it is Rasmussen. Tapped across by Waters. Set goes to Parker. She hits it across. And blocked at the net. Or actually, that was Evelyn. Evelyn at the net. Point goes to the Trojans. Trojans lead 6-2.
Trojans doing a great job starting off hot and staying hot right here, like you said, with the lead 6-2 here in the first set.
And back to serve will be Derby. Set this time goes to Parker. She hits it across. Trojans handle it well. And then looks like Geyer goes up to take a swing at it. Misses the ball, falls to the floor, and the point goes to the Phillies. 6-3, Trojans lead. Back to serve will be Mia Parker for the Phillies. Parker serve low across the net. Getting under it is Smith. Little dump set there by Rasmussen. And it is Allie Evelyn. Tries to free ball across the net, but it just actually goes into the net, and the point goes to the Trojans. Trojans lead 7-3, set number 1. Back to serve is Waters. Macy Waters serve into the back row. Set goes to Stogdell. She hits it from behind the 10-foot line. Derby passes it up front. Rasmussen taps it across. Parker's there. Set this time to Evelyn. She hits it, but in the back row, Pellet passes it up front. Set to Geyer. Hits it across the net nicely. Dug out well by the Phillies. Get back across the net. The Phillies heads up, let it go. And point goes to the Phillies.
Great volley back and forth, and like we said, coming back from that earlier match is whoever's going to start winning those big volley points right there is, I think, going to tend to get the lead in this match.
7-4, Trojans lead the Phillies. It's Atlantic over Shenandoah. Back to serve will be Maher. Bailey Maher. Into the back row, Rasmussen passes it up front. Set from Nolik to Smith. She hits it across, tapped off of the hands of the Phillies. It goes out of play. Last touched by the Phillies. Point goes to the Trojans, and it's 8-4. Trojans lead. Back to serve will be Abby Smith. Serve dug out by Stogdell. It goes out of play. Last touch by the Phillies. Point goes to the Trojans. 9-4, the Trojans lead.
Hard serves coming here from the Trojans. Tough for the Phillies to handle right now.
This Abby Smith, she's a sophomore, Eli.
And she's playing great.
I mean, she
is. Got a hard serve and a hard swing.
Serve across the net. Maher is there. Parker with the set from behind the 10-foot line. Down ball by Maher. Set to Geyer. Hit hard. Falls to the floor. Point goes to the Trojans. 10-4. Trojans with the lead. Coming into the game. Nope. Thought Trotter was going to sub into the game. She is not. Back to serve once again will be Smith. Abby Smith for the Trojans. Into the back row to Stogdell. At the net, it is Mullenix. Or check that, Burdorf. That was Burdorf. And the point goes to the Trojans. 11-4 now. Atlantic with the lead over Shenandoah. Serve from Smith into the back row. Stogdell's there, passes it up front. Parker with the set to Evelyn. She hits it across. Trojans heads up play, just let it sail out of play, and the point goes to Atlantic. Atlantic leads 12-4, set number 1.
Shenandoah's getting some good swings on the ball here. The Phillies just not dropping right when they need them to be.
And back to serve, Abby Smith. She's had quite a run from behind the service line here, Eli. Stogdell gets it, passed up front by Maher. Free ball across the net by Burdorf. Knoll set to Geyer. She taps it across. There's Evelyn to tap it across. It falls to the floor. Allie Evelyn, she's a junior. Point goes to the Phillies. Into the ball game, side of Rodewald. She'll serve.
Might be the break that the Phillies need right here. Just get one on the board here. 12-5. Start to get themselves on a roll.
12-5. Atlantic leads. Dug out right up to the net. And that's when you dig that ball and pass it to the net and it goes right to the net, it's really hard to do anything with.
Yeah, it's very tough to get it just right back over the net with that sitting right in front of you.
Back to serve is Rodewald. And hit at the net by Pellet. Nice job by Pellet with the kill. It's 13-6 now, Atlantic over Shenandoah. Into the game now will be Mia Trotter, the libero. She'll go back to serve.
There's an Ozark Hillbilly walking right across here.
There you go. There are a few. There's one sitting right beside you, Eli.
Yeah, I know it.
Set and hit by Rogers. Jasmine Rogers for Shenandoah. Hit it hard. It's 13-7 now. Atlantic leads. And back to serve will be Black, Brooklyn Black. She's a junior for Shenandoah. 13-7, Atlantic leads. Set number 1 in the second match of the evening here in this triangular in Red Oak. And thanks for joining us. Dugout, set, goes to Rasmussen. She hits it hard. Black with the dig, falls to the floor. We're going to take a quick break for a legal ID. In Red Oak, Rasmussen, little jump serve into the back row. Getting under it is Parker. Set goes to Rogers. She hits it hard, blocked at the net nicely by Smith. Kept alive. Free ball across the net. And falls to the floor just inside the line. Point goes to Shenandoah. Atlantic leads set number 1, 14-8 over Shenandoah.
And just like you were saying earlier, when that ball goes into the net, comes right back out. Shannon did a great job of footing it right in that back corner.
Macy Blank back to serve. Lowe just taps the top ribbon but goes across. Then the Trojans just get out of sync on that one and out of rotation there. And point ball actually falls to the floor, and the point goes to Shenandoah. 14-9 now. Atlantic with the lead. Back to serve is Macy Blank. Ace serve by Blank, and now Atlantic looks a little bit out of rhythm here, Eli.
You know, the Phillies are finding themselves to start to get on a roll here.
Back to serve is Blank. She's a senior. Macy Blank for the Phillies. Serve into the back row. There's Waters. Digs it, passes it up front to Rasmussen. Waters hits it across the net. There's Lance. Rodewald from behind the 10-foot line. Ball goes into the net. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 15-10 now. Atlantic leading set number 1. And back to serve will be Pellet for Atlantic. Carolyn Pellet. She is a senior. Rodewald digs it, passes it up front. Set from Parker to Lance. Set to Waters. She hits it down the line. There's Rodewald to dig it. Black with the set to Lance again. Goes out of play. Last touch by the Phillies, and the Trojans have the point. 16-10 now. Atlantic with the lead.
And Atlantic still capitalized on those volleys here. When the volleys coming over back and forth, Atlantic seems to be the one right now capitalizing on getting that point.
Back to serve is Pellet. Black digs it, passes it up front. Set to Rogers. It's a little too far. It goes out of play. Last touched by Shenandoah. Atlantic has the point. We're going to take a break. Timeout on the court. Atlantic leads 17-10 in set number 1. We'll be back after this. Red Oak at the net. Rasmussen with the set to Water. She hits it across. Last touch by Shenandoah. Point goes to Atlantic. 18-10. Atlantic with the lead here in set number 1 in Red Oak. Thanks for joining us. And back to serve will be Pellet. Carolyn Pellet for Atlantic. Into the back row, Black digs it, passes it up front. Parker with the set to Lance. She taps it across, but We have too much contact with the ball. Lifting call on the part of Shenandoah. Point goes to Atlantic, and it's 19-10 now. Atlantic with the lead. Back to serve will be Pellet. Serve into the back row. Blank passes it up front. Lance with a push across the net. There's Smith. Pellet. Smith hits it across, but at the net is Rogers. Rogers taps it across. Getting under it is Pellet. Atlantic can't quite chase it down. It goes out of play, out the sideline, and the point belongs to Shenandoah. Shenandoah will serve the ball. Olivia Stogdell, a senior, will go back to serve the ball for Shenandoah. 19-11, Atlantic leads, set number 1. Serve from Stogdell into the back row to Pellet. Set goes to Smith. She hits it into the back row, but it's too far. It goes out of play and last touched by Atlantic. Point goes to Shenandoah, 19-12. Now Atlantic with the lead. Back to serve is Olivia Stogdell for Shenandoah. Stogdell serve into the back row, received by Trotter, but it goes out of play. A serve by Stogdell, 19-13. Atlantic leads. Stogdell serves once again. Into the back row, Smith. Rasmussen with the set to Derby. Set this time to Evelyn. Evelyn hits it into the net for Shenandoah. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 20-13. Coming into the game is Geyer. Out of the game is Trotter. And back to serve will be Alyssa Derby for the Trojans. Trojans 10-19 on the season. Derby serve into the back row. Passed up front by Parker. Set from Black, but it goes out of play. Point goes to Atlantic, 21-13. Atlantic leads set number 1. And back to serve will be Derby. Alyssa Derby for Atlantic. Serve from Derby into the back row. Passed up front, hit across by Lance. Rasmussen hit hard by Geyer. And the point goes to Atlantic. It's 22-13. Coming into the game for Atlantic will be Mullenix and Rush for Atlantic. And back to serve is Derby. Atlantic leads 22-13, set number 1 here in Red Oak this evening. Thanks for joining us. Serve from Derby this time low and into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah, 22-14. And back to serve for Shenandoah will be Mia Parker. She's a 5'6" senior for the Phillies. Mia Parker, 22-14. Atlantic leads. Serve is low and into the net. Point goes to Atlantic, 23-14. Coming into the game is Reagan Leonard for Atlantic, and out of the game, Waters. I think Leonard will go back to serve, actually.
Yep,
she does.
I think you're right.
She's a junior, 5'8" junior for Atlantic. Reagan Leonard into the back row. Blank passes it up front. There's Leonard. Set goes to Smith. Smith hammers it hard down the line. It's set point.
She's picking up from last game, too.
24-14. Atlantic with the lead. Set point here for Atlantic. And back to serve is Reagan Leonard. She's a junior for the Trojans. Serve just into the net. 24-15. Coming into the game for Shenandoah will be Bailey Maher. She goes back to serve for the Trojans. Also coming into the game, Cassidy Morris. And back to serve is Maher. Serve is low into the back row. Passed up front. Rasmussen with the set to Leonard. She hits it down, and that's going to do it for set number 1. 25-15 Atlantic leads, and we'll be back. And Atlantic wins set number 1 right after this. in Red Oak. Thanks for joining us. Eli, what are your thoughts here?
And it's kind of the same story from the last game. Shenandoah was finding its way to get back into it, but Atlantic was just coming in on top with those big volleys on both sides. Atlantic was capitalizing on that. And then Atlantic did a great job of capitalizing on the Phillies' errors here. When the Phillies would have an error coming over across, it seems like Atlantic would double up on those points.
And here we go. Just about time for set number 2. Second match of our triangular. See a few more people starting to filter in a little bit here, Eli.
Yep, had 2 games tonight. They're able to come in, watch both of them here, and at least catch yourself one.
Yeah, so a few more people. It's been kind of a quiet evening, kind of a weird quiet evening of volleyball.
People might seem that they can't cheer with masks on. I don't know. Could be something like that. Who knows?
So anyway, back to serve will be Haley Rasmussen for the Trojans. Serve into the back row. Doug passed up front right to the net is Blank, but passed back across the net. Hit by Rogers hard. Passed up front from Smith. Rasmussen to Pellet this time. She hits it down. Then the back row is Rodewald. Parker with the set to Morris. She hits it across. Trojans handle it. Cassidy Waters hits it across. Hit in the back row by Maher. It goes out of play. Last touch by Atlantic by Shenandoah.
Yep, there you go.
And the point goes to Atlantic. It's 1-0. Atlantic leads set number 2 here in Red Oak. Back to serve Rasmussen. Jump serve from Rasmussen. There's Rogers. Black with the set now to Morris. Morris hits it down. Point goes to Shenandoah. Tied up at 1 apiece. Set number 2. Back to serve will be Black. That's Brooklyn Black. Back to serve for Shenandoah. Just across the net. Rasmussen with the set to Derby. She hits it hard. It goes out of play. And the last touch there off of the hands of Atlantic. Shenandoah leads 2-1 in set number 2. Back to serve once again Brooklyn Black, a junior, a 5'8 junior for the Phillies. We're set now. Back to action. Brooklyn Black back to serve. Atlantic won set number 1. Serve, kind of a soft serve into the mid portion of the court. Hit by Pellet across the net. Rodewald's there to dig it out. Free ball across the net by Black. Trotter set from Rasmussen. Hit hard by Pellet at the net. Point goes to Atlantic. 2-2, tied up 2 apiece.
On both sides here, with the volleys coming back and forth, Shan's doing a great job of staying alive within it. Atlantic did a great job of capitalizing on there. 2-2 here.
Back to serve is Pellet. There is Parker. Set goes to Parker. She pushes it across the net. Parker to Trotter. Hit by Waters at the net. And Macy Waters gets the kill. It's 3-2 Atlantic with the lead in set number 2. Back to serve is Pellet, Carolyn Pellet. This serve low and into the net. Point tied up at 3 apiece. Coming into the game to serve is Macy Blank. Also coming into the game is Kate Lance. Taking a seat will be Morris and Maher for Shenandoah. And back to serve is Macy Blank. Serve mid portion of the court. Dug out by Pellet. Back across the net. Blank gets under it. Right at the net. Goes up. Back across the net. Kind of ragged play there. Set to Smith. She hits it hard, but the Mustangs handle it well, or the Phillies handle it well. Set to Derby. Derby hits it back across the net, gets the kill, and the point goes to Atlantic. It's 4-3.
Scrappy volleyball here on both sides tonight. That's what you like to see.
Alyssa Derby back to serve for Atlantic. Derby serve, low across the net. Blank digs it, passes it. Parker with the set to Lance. Lance hits it hard, but Pellet is there, kept alive by Rasmussen. Free ball across the net by Geyer. Black with the set to Parker. Parker hits it down, but dug out nicely by Derby. Set to Rogers, and Rogers hammers it. Jasmine Rogers, she's 5'11", senior,
some height there on the front line right there for Shenandoah.
Tied up a 4-piece. Coming back into the game to serve will be Stogdell. Rogers takes a seat. Tied up a 4-piece. Stogdell back to serve. Olivia Stogdell, 5'7" senior. Shenandoah comes in 3-16 on the season coming into this match. Serve is passed up front, but right to the net, and the Trojans can't do anything with it. Falls to the floor. Point goes to Shenandoah. Shenandoah now with the lead, 5-4. Is that the first time they've led tonight?
That's the first time they've led tonight.
Stogdell with the serve. There's Pellet, digs it, passes it up front. Rasmussen set the waters down the line. It's in. Nope, it's out. It's out.
Shenandoah now trying to stretch the lead that they got here. 6-4, a lot more in rhythm volleyball.
6-4, Shenandoah leads. I apologize. Shenandoah leads 6-4, set number 2. Stogdell's serve. Hitting under is Smith. Pushed across the net by Derby. Black with the set to Evelyn. Evelyn hits it across. That's Allie Evelyn, and the point goes to Shenandoah, 7-4. Timeout on the court. We'll take it with them. Shenandoah leads set number 2, 7-4. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Red Oak, set number 2. Shenandoah leads 7-4. Serve from Stogdell. Kept alive by the Trojans and back across the net by Rasmussen. Nice job by Rasmussen just to get it back across the net. Evelyn hits it across. Geyer free ball across the net. Into the back row is Plank. Pushed across the net by Parker. Too far, goes out of play. Point goes to Atlantic. 7-5. Shenandoah with the lead in set number 2. Back to serve for Atlantic is Waters. Waters comes out of the game. Point goes to Shenandoah. 8-7. Shenandoah with the lead, and back to serve will be Mia Parker. Parker serve into the back row. Passed up front from Rasmussen. Knoll serves or sets Geyer. Geyer hits it hard, but goes out of play. It's 8-6. Shenandoah with the lead. Actually goes in play. And the point goes to Atlantic. But Shenandoah leads 8-6, and back to serve will be Smith. Abby Smith with the serve. Receiving it is Burdorf. We're going to have a 2-touch or lifting call. Yep. Double touch violation there. Point goes to Atlantic. 8-7 now. Shenandoah maintaining that 1-point lead. Received by Burdorf. Set to Evelyn. Hit out of play. Point goes to Atlantic, and we're tied up at 8 apiece here in set number 2. And back to serve Smith once again. Smith on a bit of a row. Serves it to Burdorf. Set to Lance right at the net. Blocked by Pellet. It falls to the floor. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 9-8. Coming into the game to serve will be Bailey Maher. She's a senior, 5'4" senior for the Phillies. Shenandoah leads 9-8 here in set number 2. Into the back row. Smith Set goes to Pellet. She hits it hard, getting under to Stogdell. Free ball across the net that time by Morris. Falls to the floor, and the point goes to Shenandoah. 10-8. Shenandoah leads set number 2 over Atlantic. Atlantic won set number 1, 25-15.
Shan's doing a great job here, like with those volley points. Like I said, the momentum back and forth. They're starting to win those volley points. They're going to end up winning this set.
Set to Rasmussen, hit a bit far, goes out of play, and the point goes to Shenandoah, and it's 11-8. Shenandoah back on top by 3, 11-8. And back to serve for Shenandoah, Bailey Maher. She's a senior. Bailey Maher. Serve into the back row. Pellet passes it up front. Set from Nolik. Hit back across the net that time by Morris. Set from Nolik. Tapped across the net by Pellet. Kind of out of system there, but the Trojans capitalize on it.
And that's a momentum shift that the Trojans need here to be able to get themselves back on top in this set. Got to get the momentum switched back onto their side.
11-4, Shenandoah leads. 11-9, Shenandoah leads. My goodness, Eli.
It's been a
11-9.
It's been a night, huh?
Back to serve will be Trotter for Atlantic. Into the back row. That's Morris receiving it. Stogdell hits it from the back row. Set goes to Rasmussen. She hits it hard, goes down. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 11-10. Shenandoah maintaining that 1-point lead. This game's been close, just back and forth.
It has been, and that's the thing. It's been back and forth on both sides. The volleys have been falling back on both sides. Let's see who comes out on top of this one.
Serve from Trotter. There's Stogdell up front. Parker with the set. Kind of miscommunication where that set was going to. It falls to the floor, and the point goes to Atlantic. We're tied up at 11 apiece.
Here's my little observation here. When you look at the ball and they just freshly sanitized it, wouldn't it seem to be kind of slick once you start hitting it? You know? Who knows? They're just tough out there, right?
They just handle it, Eli. They just take care of business. Stogdell hits it across. Pellet digs it. Rasmussen with the set to Pellet. She hits it in the net. Down ball goes into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. Shenandoah leads once again now by 1, 12-11.
And Shenandoah's had the lead most of the night here so far in the set.
And second set, Shenandoah won, or Atlantic won set number 1 pretty handily, 25-15. Second set been much more competitive. Serve from Rodewald. Up, hit hard by Derby, Alyssa Derby, and it's tied up at 12 apiece.
It's hard to handle that, especially when Derby's got a big swing like that.
She has a big one. Hits the ball hard. Back to serve is Rasmussen, Haley Rasmussen. Into the back row. Rodewald heads up, just lets it go, and sells out of play. Point goes to Shenandoah.
Yep, like you said, great heads-up play there by Shan. Shan gets their lead back, 13-12 here in this first set.
Back to serve is Black. Brooklyn Black, junior. 13-12, Shan leads. Black with the serve, just taps the top ribbon. Waters gets under it, set to Derby. She hits this one into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah, 14-12.
Shan just capitalizing on Atlantic's mistakes right now. Shannon doing a great job of capitalizing on it and then going to get their own right after.
Black back to serve once again. Into the back row, Waters passes it. Rasmussen now, free ball across the net by Pellet. Rodewald passes it up front, set to Rogers. She hits it hard. Nice hard hit there by Jasmine Rogers.
And she's got a big swing on her too. She's able to unload it there right there.
15-12, Shenandoah leads, set number 2. Black back to serve. Serve into the back row. Pushed across, a little dump set by Rasmussen. Mustangs handle it. 4 hits. They get under the
they got under it there,
but then kind of
miscommunication on who's going to take it over.
Yeah. 15-13, Shenandoah leads. Set number 2 over Atlantic. Back to serve is Pellet. There's Parker. Set goes to Morris. Tapped across. Waters down ball across the net. Hits inside. It's good. Point for Atlantic.
Atlantic find their way right back into this. 15-14, Shenandoah leads here in the second set.
Back to serve once again, Carolyn Pellet. She's a senior, 5'7" senior for the Trojans. Serve misses out to the right. Point goes to Shenandoah, 16-14. Shenandoah with the lead. Coming back into the ball game now will be Macy Blank. Taking a seat will be Cassidy Morris. Blank back to serve for Shenandoah. Blank serves from the mid portion of the court. Hard serve, being aggressive, but just a bit low. Misses into the net. It's 16-14, Shenandoah with the lead. Back to serve for Atlantic will be Derby. 16-15. Shenandoah with the lead. Set number 2. Serve from Derby into the back row to Blank. Set to Rogers. She taps it into the open spot of the court. Nice heads-up play by Rogers.
Great vision right there by Rogers. See the soft spot of the court, gets up over the net and puts it down on the other side. 17-15
now. Shenandoah leads set number 2. Back into the game to serve Olivia Stogdell. Stogdell's done well from behind the line this evening. Taps the top ribbon. Ace serve by Stogdell. 18-15 now. Shenandoah with the lead in set number 2.
Shenandoah just looks like a completely different team coming into the second set.
They certainly do. Back to serve is Stogdell. Serve this time low and into the net. Point goes to Atlantic. 18-16. Back to serve will be Macy Waters. 5'7" senior for the Trojans. Waters served once again from that center portion of the court. Set goes to Evelyn. She hits it across. And the point to Shenandoah. 19-16. Coming into the game will be Burdorf. Out of the game, Black. Also checking into the game, Nolik. And it looks like Waters will take a seat for Atlantic. Back to serve will be Mia Parker for Shenandoah. Serve low just across the net. Rasmussen gets under it. Nolik with the set to Rasmussen. It goes into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. 20-16 now. Timeout on the court. Shenandoah's 20-16. Set number 2. We'll be back after this. Come back. 20-16. Shenandoah leads. Set number 2. Serve from Parker into the back row. Pellet digs it. Passes up front. Nolik with the set to Rasmussen. She taps it across. It falls to the floor, and Atlantic has the point.
That's a good timeout there for Atlantic. Need to be able to regroup themselves and come back out and get a point on the board.
20-17. Atlantic leads. Shenandoah leads. Set number 2. Atlantic won set number 1. Serve from Smith into the back row. Set goes to Evelyn. She taps it across. Yeah, right into that open spot, and the point goes to Shenandoah. 21-17. Shenandoah leads set number 2.
And Shenandoah's been able to do a great job with coming up, going to hit it hard, but able to just tap it right over across the net.
Maher back to serve for Shenandoah. 21-17. Shenandoah leads set 2. Maher back to serve. Serve misses long. Point goes to Atlantic. 21-18. Shenandoah with the lead. Back into the game. Trotter to serve. Taking a seat will be Aubrey Geyer for the Trojans. Mia Trotter, a senior. A little soft serve across the net. A little rainbow serve. Set tapped across the net by Morris. right into the open spot on the court. Point goes to Shenandoah. 22-18 now. Shenandoah leads.
And like I said earlier, the Phillies doing a great job of just coming up like they're going to attack and just able to tap it right over the net.
Back to serve for Shenandoah. Cider Rodewald. In the back row, passed up front and pushed across the net by Rasmussen. Rodewald gets there. Set goes to Morris. Dug out by Smith. Tapped into the net this time by Derby.
And Shenandoah just
had
this lead almost this whole set.
23-18, Shenandoah leads here in set number 2. Back to serve is Rodewald. Serve across the net. Short. Dug out by Pellet. Set goes to Rasmussen down the line, and the point to Atlantic as well. Nice hit there by Rasmussen.
And that could be a momentum shift that Atlantic needs right here to be able to get on a roll.
And Waters back into the game. Taking a seat will be Nolik. Back to serve Rasmussen for Atlantic. Jump serve from Rasmussen. Just across the net. Dug out. Right up at the net it goes again. I'll say it's difficult to do something with those right at the net.
Yeah, and Atlantic brings it right back within 3. They're still at the service line here. Maybe start a little momentum shift here that Atlantic's trying to get.
23-20. Shenandoah leads. Shenandoah has led most of this set.
Yeah, pretty much ever since the beginning, Shenandoah has been leading this entire set.
Jump serve by Rasmussen. There's Rodewald. Parker pushed across the net by Maher. Trotter with the set. And hit back across the net by Pellet. And the point goes to Shenandoah. It's 24-20. This will be set point here. Shenandoah back to serve Black. 24-20. Shenandoah can win it on this one. Set number 2. Atlantic won set number 1, 25-15. Shenandoah set point 24-15. Set number 2. Black back to serve. Back across the net. Up, hit by Rogers. There's Pellet. Rasmussen with the set to Derby. That's going to do it. 25-20. Shenandoah wins set number 2 over Atlantic, 25-20. We'll be back with set number 3 after these messages. And Red Oak set. This is the second match of the evening.
Yep, second match of the evening.
First match of the evening. It was Red Oak Atlantic. Red Oak wins in 3, 25-18, 25-18, 25-13. And then move on to the second match of the evening. It's Atlantic Shenandoah. Atlantic wins set number 1, 25-15. Shenandoah wins set number 2, 25-20. We're headed to set number 3.
Yep, tied up one apiece. Like I said earlier, the Phillies look like a completely different team in that second set. Led almost the whole way.
Certainly look like a different team. Now, we are set here and just about back for action for set number 3. Shenandoah will serve. Black, Brooklyn Black will be back to serve for Shenandoah. I think we're set and ready for action here, Eli, for set number 3.
That's right.
Maybe. Officials are signing off on it. So, see what happens. See if that same Shenandoah team shows up in set number 3. Pretty remarkable, the difference in those first 2 sets.
Just like my golf game, remarkable and a big difference.
Not the best golf game today, huh?
Not today at all.
Serve into the back row, set from Rasmussen to Derby, right down the line. Point goes to Atlantic.
And that's a start that Atlantic wants. Coming after a loss in that set, they are going to come out swinging hot.
Atlantic leads 1-0 here in set number 1. Back to serve is Alyssa Derby for Atlantic. Serve from Derby into the back row to Maher. And it's 2-0. Atlantic leads set number 3.
And that's the hot start that Atlantic needs here, especially like I said earlier, dropping that set. They're going to come out here swinging.
Back to serve Derby. Alyssa Derby, she's a senior, outside hitter, 5'11", good hitter. She can hit the ball hard. This serve, aggressive, low across the net, but it misses out. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 2-1. Atlantic leads into the game, and back to serve will be Macy Blank. She's a senior. Macy is. 5'7" senior. Serve from Blank is into the back row. Pellet passes it up front. Rasmussen with the set to Smith. She taps it across. There's Blank. Pushed across the net by Parker. I think we're going to have
2-touch call.
Yep. So a point goes to Atlantic. 3-1. Atlantic leads set number 3. Back to serve Macy Waters, 5'7" senior for the Trojans. Waters with the serve into the back row. Rodewald's there to dig it, passes it up front. Lance hits it across or into the net, rather, and point will go to Atlantic. 4-1. Atlantic leads in set number 3.
Atlantic hot right now, and they're staying hot, like you said, leading 4-1 here in this third set.
Macy Waters back to serve. Rodewald. Parker set to Rogers. She pushes it in the back corner. Nice spot by Rogers.
And Shenandoah's been able to do that well, coming in like they're going for an attack, and able to just pop it over on the other side.
4-2, Atlantic leads set number 3. Into the game and back to serve will be Olivia Stogdell. She's a senior for the Phillies. Stogdell with the serve. And serve low, taps the top ribbon, but Rasmussen digs it out. Set to Nolik. Back to Rasmussen, hits it across. Point goes to Atlantic. Nice job by Atlantic. 5-2. Atlantic leads set number 3. They're split, 1 apiece. Back to serve. Smith into the back row, passed up front. Black with the set to Evelyn. Evelyn hits it across. Set to Rasmussen. There's Parker to dig it. Black with the set. Now this back to Evelyn again. She hits it to the open spot on the court. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 5-3. Coming back into the game for Shenandoah, Jenna Burdorf, a freshman. Black takes a seat, and back to serve will be Parker. Mia Parker back to serve. Atlantic leads 5-3. Parker serve low just across the net into the open spot on the court, and it's 5-4. Atlantic leads.
Shenandoah's really came to play here in these last 2 sets.
Certainly.
Getting right back in it, 5-4.
Parker back to serve. This serve low and into the net. Point goes to Atlantic, 6-4. Back into the game. Trotter taking a seat will be Geyer. And Trotter, the libero, will be back to serve for Atlantic. Passing it up front is Maher, hit by Evelyn, but there is Smith to keep it alive. Hit from behind the 10-foot line is Smith. Maher digs it, passes it up front. Parker hit across now by Burdorf. Nice job by Burdorf.
And Shenandoah doing a great job mixing up their attacks, going cross court, just dropping over on the other side of the net, coming down with a straight kill. Shan doing a great job.
6-5. Atlantic with the lead. In and back to serve will be Maher. Bailey Maher into the back row. Passed up front from Trotter. Nolik set to Rasmussen. She hits it down off the hands of the Phillies, and the point goes to Atlantic. 7-5 now. Atlantic with the lead. And Waters will come into the game, and Nolik will take a seat. Back to serve Rasmussen for the Trojans. Jump serve by Rasmussen. Passed up front, right at the net. Difficult to deal with. Burdorf taps it across. And I have a lifting call on the part of the Trojans. Point goes to Shenandoah. 7-6. Atlantic leads. And in and back to serve for Shenandoah will be Stogdal, or rather Rodewald. Saida Rodewald back to serve. Into the back row it goes to Smith. This time kind of shanks it off. It goes out of play. We're tied up at 7 apiece, Eli.
And Shenandoah's coming, like I said, they're right back into this thing. Looks like a completely different team in those last two sets, and they're showing it right here, tying it back up.
Ava Rush comes into the ball game. And Smith comes out of the ball game for the Trojans. Ava Rush, a sophomore. Back to serve Rodewald. Little short serve. A serve by Saida Rodewald. And Shenandoah takes the lead for the first time in set number 3.
And they're doing a great job mixing up those attacks, coming hard and dropping it in soft. Great job there by Shenandoah.
Rodewald once again serves this time into the back row to Waters. Rasmussen passes it up front. Free ball across the net by Derby. Right at the back line, and then the miscommunication on the part of the Phillies. We're tied up at 8.
Yeah, it's been kind of errors on both sides there for these points, but keeping it so close even on both sides.
Back to serve will be Pellet coming back into the game. Smith, Rush takes the seat. And Pellet back into the game to serve. Pellet back to serve for Atlantic, tied up at 8. Into the back row, Maher set goes to Rogers. She hits it a bit too far, goes out of play, and Atlantic regains the lead.
Hasn't been really any momentum on both sides. Just 1 point, one team gets one, another team gets another.
Back to serve is Pellet. There's Rodewald, digs it, passes it up front. Parker with the set to Burdorf. Burdorf hits it hard. Handled well right at the net. Smith with the big hit. Goes down on Shenandoah's side, and the point goes to Atlantic. It's 10-8 now. Atlantic with the lead in set 3. And once again, back to serve for Atlantic will be Carolyn Pellet. Serve from Pellet. Soft serve this time. Burdorf is there to dig it. Set goes to Burdorf, but goes over on Atlantic's side. Hit hard by Smith this time. It goes into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 10-9.
And Smith comes up with a big kill there, but a great dig coming from the libero from Shenandoah. Shenandoah able to get that point.
Atlantic leads 10-9. Back to serve will be Black. Little serve just across the net. Smith is there. Rasmussen set back to Smith. Rodewald in the back, digs it, passes it up front to Black. Hit hard by Rogers. Too far, goes out of play. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 11-9. Coming back into the game is Geyer. Taking a seat will be Trotter. And looks like Derby goes back to serve now for Atlantic. 11-9. Serves low and into the net. 11-10. Atlantic maintains that lead, but just 1 point lead. Coming into the game to serve for Shenandoah will be Macy Blank. Also coming into the game, Lance. Taking a seat is Morris and Maher. Back to serve is Macy Blank. Serve just tips the top ribbon. Set to Geyer. She hits it hard. Aubrey Geyer does. Point goes to Atlantic. 12-10.
And Geyer's really came alive here in this second match here against Shenandoah. She's getting a lot of looks here.
Waters back to serve. For Atlantic. Black is there, digs it out, but it flies out of play. Point goes to Atlantic. 13-10 now. Atlantic with the lead. Waters back once again to serve. This short just tips the top ribbon, but great job by Macy Blank to dig that out. Then Rodewald just kind of puts it across the net. Geyer once again with the hit for Atlantic, but it goes a bit too far and goes out of play.
Great scrappy play by Shenandoah, and they're They see that big swing coming out. They know it's going fine over their heads. They're able to pick up that air and get the point. 13-11 Atlantic.
Stogdell back to serve for Shenandoah. Atlantic leads 13-11, as Eli said. And Stogdell back to serve. Olivia Stogdell, senior, into the back row. Pellet digs it, passes it up front. Nolik with the set to Rasmussen. Hits it hard at the net. Nolik once again push across the net, this time by Rasmussen. Misses out down the sideline. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's a 1-point set, Eli.
Yeah, and and it's just been back and forth. There's really been no momentum on either side, just throwing it back at each other.
Back to serve Stogdell. Serve into the back row. Nolik with the set to Rasmussen. She just taps this one across, but it goes out of play. Now we're tied up at 13. Shenandoah back into it.
Shenandoah looking great right now. Staying alive is really what they're doing here. Able to come back from that first set, trying to win another one.
Stogdell serves into the back row. Free ball across the net by Rasmussen. Set goes to Evelyn. She taps it across, but right there at the net is Geyer and Rasmussen to block it, and the point goes to Atlantic. 14-13. Atlantic leads in set number 3. We're split at one set apiece here early on. Nolik with the set to Pellet. Pellet hits across, falls to the floor, and the point goes to Atlantic. Atlantic showing some emotion on the court now. 15-13. Back to serve will be Smith. Hard serve, hits the top ribbon, kept alive somehow by Shenandoah. What a deal. Hit by Rasmussen. That was a great job by Shenandoah to keep that alive.
Yeah, and it was just kind of like a pancake flat hand there. Able to pop it right up. Got a timeout here by Shenandoah, but Atlantic was able to come back across court and put it down.
And Atlantic leads 16-13. Set number 3. We'll be back after this. Red Oak, we're in set number 3 here in our second match of the evening. Atlantic wins set number 1 over Shenandoah 25-15. Then Shenandoah roars back. Set number 2, they get the victory 25-20. We are in set number 3, and Atlantic leads set number 3 16-13 here in Red Oak. Aaron West, along with Eli Bell, serves into the back row to Blank. Passes it up front, hit across by Lance. Kept alive, but maybe too much contact with the ball on the part of the Trojans, and the point goes to Shenandoah. 16-14 now, Atlantic with the lead. And back to serve for Atlantic will be Parker. Mia Parker. Parker serve into the back row. Smith is there. Nolik. Smith hits it at the net, and at the net with the solo block is Lance.
Big block right there.
Big
that ball
block.
is coming in over high, and she's able to put it back down on the other side.
Atlantic leads 16-15, set number 3. Back to serve is Parker. Mia Parker, serve low and into the net. Point goes to Atlantic. 17-15. Coming back into the game to serve will be Trotter, the libero for the Trojans. Mia Trotter, senior, libero, 5'5". Serves into the back row. Stogdell passes it up front. Hit across the net by Berdorf. Nolik with the set to Rasmussen. Nice hit by Rasmussen, and Atlantic has the point. It's 18-15 now. Atlantic with the lead.
And a momentum shift coming right now towards Atlantic's side. That's 3 in a row here, stretching this lead up to 3.
Trotter back to serve. Back into the back corner to Stogdell. She passes it up front. Set goes to Lance. Big hit by Lance. Kate Lance, she's a sophomore, 5'10 sophomore.
And she's been able to swing right now, and she's been putting it down from that block right here to that kill.
And it's 18-16 Atlantic with the lead. In and back to serve will be Bailey Maher. She's a senior for the Phillies. Atlantic has led most of this third set, but there's been a little back and forth.
Yep.
Set at the net, goes up, tapped down by Burdorf. That's Jenna Burdorf. She's a freshman.
Shenandoah is doing a great job, especially on these free balls coming over across the net to be able to put it back down on the other side.
Back to serve Maher. A little soft one this time and handled well by Pellet. Set to Rasmussen, dug out by Parker. Set goes to Morris. She hits it across. Atlantic handles it well. Tapped across this time and kept alive almost. Nice job there by Derby just to tap it across. And point will go to Atlantic. 19-17. Back into the game will be Waters for Atlantic. Taking a seat will be Lexi Nolik. And back to serve Rasmussen. Into the back row. Doug passed up front. Tapped across by Morris and then back across by the Trojans, but there was too much contact on the part of Shenandoah prior to that, and the point goes to Atlantic. 20-17, Atlantic with the lead. Rasmussen again back to serve, jump serve. There's Parker. Evelyn with the set to Morris. Hits it out of play. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 21-17.
And Atlantic's doing a great job here, especially in this set, keep the momentum on their side.
Back to serves Rasmussen. Into the back row. Morris is there. Passed up front from Maher. Hit across by Morris. There's Smith. Free ball across the net by Pellet. Right at the net. Falls into the net, falls onto Shenandoah's side. Point goes to Atlantic, and it's 22-17 now. Atlantic with the lead in set number 3. We've split one set apiece. Timeout on court. Atlantic leads in set number 3, 22-17. We'll be back after these messages. Red Oak set number 3, and Atlantic leads 22-17 over Shenandoah in set number 3. We've split one set apiece here in the first two, and like I said, Atlantic leads set number 3. Serve from Rasmussen. Tapped across by Burdorf for Shenandoah, and Atlantic has the point. It's 23-17. Again, Rasmussen on a bit of a stretch here,
Yep,
bit of a
she
run.
has been on a roll here in this third set.
From behind the service line. This time serves just a little right across the net. And miscommunication on the part of Shenandoah. It is set point, 24-17.
And that's 4 in a row here.
Yeah. Rasmussen just really quite a run going here for Rasmussen. Jump serve, Haley Rasmussen. Passed up front by Cassidy. Parker tapped across by Evelyn. Kept alive by the Trojans. Hit by Pellet. That's going to do it. Atlantic wins 25-17 in set number 3. We're headed to set number 4. We'll be back after these messages. thanks to United Group. We're headed to set number 4, Eli. Atlantic leads 2-1, 25-15, 20-25, 25-17. Headed to set number 4 here in the second match of our triangular this evening here in Red Oak.
You know, it's been a battle here on both sides. Shenandoah came out hot here in that second set to get that win, and Atlantic just on the other side jumped out to an early lead and kind of kept it the whole way.
Players are on the court. Officials are making sure that everyone's where they need to be. And it's just about time for set number 4. Now, after this set, don't go anywhere because we have more volleyball.
We do,
on tap. The Tigers and the Phillies after this one. And here we go. It's time for set number 4. Back to serve for Atlantic will be Alyssa Derby. She's a senior. Derby serve into the back row. Rodewald hit across the net by Maher. Set from Rasmussen to Waters. Waters hits it across. Rodewald is there. Set this time goes to Morris. She hits it across. Big block at the net by the Trojans. Trojans gain first point. Higher on the board. It's 1-0 Atlantic with the lead. And again, back to serve will be Derby. Alyssa Derby, senior for Atlantic. Serve into the back row. Dug out back across the net. Pellet tapped across by Geyer. Parker with the set to Rogers. And Geyer's at the net. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 2-0 now. Atlantic with the lead.
And it's kind of been the story here on both sides that whoever's starting off with that hot early lead usually tends to keep it the whole way.
Back into the back row. Serve goes to Mayer. Free ball across the net now by Bailey Mayer. Rasmussen. Set goes to Smith. Smith with the big hit this time, and it's 3-0 Atlantic with the lead to start set number 4. Back to serve Derby in set number 4. Derby serve into the back row to Maher. Black with the set and tapped across by Morris. Point goes to Shenandoah.
And that's all you need there for Shenandoah to get a momentum switch.
3-1. Atlantic leads. Set number 4. Back to serve is Black. Brooklyn Black, junior, setter for Shenandoah. Set goes to Smith. She taps it across. Kept alive. Free ball across the net by Rodewald. There's Geyer. Set goes to Waters. Rodewald digs it, passes it up front. Black tapped across by Cassidy. Set from Rasmussen. Hit hard, dug out nicely by Rodewald. Free ball across the net by Parker. Rasmussen pushes it across the net. There's Mayer. Set to Rogers. She just taps it across. Smith is there. Set this time goes to Smith. She hits it. Rodewald digs it, passes it right up to the net. And big rally point goes to Atlantic. It's 4-1. Atlantic leads set number 4.
And that's exactly what makes the difference in sets like this, especially tight ones, is getting those rally points.
And back to serve, Macy Waters, senior. Serves low and into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. Coming into the game, Nolik. Out of the game, Waters. Also coming into the game is Blank. And Lance taking a seat will be Cassidy and Maher. Back to serve will be Blank for Shenandoah. Serves low just across the net. Rasmussen digs it, passes it up front. Set goes to Smith. She hits it across. Kept alive by the Phillies. Tapped across now by Rogers. And Parker is there, Mia Parker, to go up at the net and just hammer it down. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's a 1-point match.
And Shenandoah's been able to do that. When Atlantic jumps out to the leads like they have been, they're able to creep their way right back into it.
4-3. They're right back in this one. Back to serve is Blank. Serve, dug out, pushed up front. Free ball across the net, this time by Pellet. Set goes to Rogers. Hits it into the net. Point goes to Atlantic. 5-3. Atlantic leads. Set number 4. And back to serve will be Smith. Abby Smith, sophomore. Just across the net, there is Blank. Hit by Lance. Actually, a little miscommunication on part of the Phillies. It falls to the floor. It's 6-3 now. Atlantic leading set number 4. Back to serve once again, Smith. Serve low across the net. Black is there. Hit hard by Rogers, dug out nicely by Nolik, but can't quite control it. The Trojans can. It goes out of play, and the point goes to Shenandoah.
And Rogers has got a big swing on her, too, and that's a hard ball to get back over across.
Coming into the game, Stogdal. Stogdal serves. 6-4, Atlantic leads, set number 4. Stogdal back to serve. Serve into the back row. Nolik with the set to Geyer. She hits it, but big block at the net by Lance. Free ball across the net by Pellet. Black with the set to Evelyn. She taps it across. Geyer taps it back across the net. Pellet. Nolik with the set to Pellet. She hits it across. There's Evelyn getting under its Lance, and Evelyn hits it across the net. Smith. Nolik tapped across by Geyer into the net. That's going to do it. Point's going to go to Shenandoah.
And yeah, those big rally points here now starting to fall on the side of Shenandoah. See if they can get a little run with them.
Serve from Shenandoah is received, tapped across the net by Pellet. Falls to the floor on Shenandoah's side, and Atlantic gains the point, 7-5. Into the game is Trotter, out of the game Geyer, and back to serve for Atlantic will be Trotter. 7-5, Atlantic leads, set number 4. They lead 2-1 through the first 3 sets of this match. Serve into the back row, Bailey is there. Set goes to Lance. She hits it hard. Smith gets under it. Hit across the net by Pellet. It's in. Point goes to Atlantic.
It's a great job to recover by that. Your ball coming at you kind of hot like that. Be able to pop it up for yourself and get it back over on the side.
I think that surprised Smith.
Yeah, it did. I definitely did.
And it's 8-5. Atlantic with the lead. Back to serve is Trotter. Serves low and into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah, 8-6. And now Parker. Parker serve into the back row. Smith is there. There's Nolik. Free ball across the net by Smith. Blank passes it up front. Hit by Evelyn. Blocked at the net nicely by Derby. Tapped across by Evelyn. Smith is there to pass it back up front. Free ball across the net by Derby. Macy Blank passes it up front. Hit across by Stogdal. Actually tapped across by Stogdal. At the net, point falls. The ball falls to the ground, and it's a point for Shenandoah. It's 8-7, set number 4.
And there's those rally points falling on Shenandoah's side. 8-7, like he said.
Back to serve once again, Mia Parker. Into the back row, passed up front by Pellet to Nolik. Tapped across by Rasmussen. Now Evelyn hits it across, and we are tied up at 8, Eli.
And Evelyn does a great job of that. She's usually coming with that strong attack, but both times now she's able to just put a little spin on the ball and tap it on the other side.
Parker has a little run going from behind the service line here. Now Mia Parker tied up at 8 apiece. Serve from Parker, received. Set goes to Rasmussen. She taps it across, and the point goes to Atlantic. It's 9-8. Atlantic with the lead. Back into the game is Waters. Taking a seat will be Nolik. And Rasmussen back to serve. Rasmussen had a big run in that third set.
She did to end that, yep.
Serve from Rasmussen's just across the net. Again, ace serve there by Haley Rasmussen.
And that'll probably, I think that's her 4th ace of the night here so far.
10-8. 10-8. Atlantic with the lead in set number 4. Rasmussen back to serve. Haley Rasmussen's serve. There is Burdick. Tapped across by Evelyn. And Atlantic can't quite chase it down off of the hands of the Trojans, and the point will go to Shenandoah. And back to serve for Shenandoah will be Bailey Maher. Maher back to serve. It's 10-9. Serve just across the net. Nice job by Waters to keep it alive. Waters hits it back across the net. Now set from Parker to Cassidy. Morris falls to the floor. We're tied up at 10 apiece.
And it's been miscommunications. Have been those tying points on both sides. Shan's had one, and Atlantic's had one here. Both tied up 10-10.
And back to serve, Bailey Maher. Into the back row to Trotter. She passes it up front. Rasmussen set to Pellet. Hits it back across. Set to Morris. That just kind of rolls down the top ribbon of the net, Eli, and then falls into the open spot on the floor. Point goes to Shenandoah. Shenandoah has the lead, I think, for the first time in this set.
Yep, they do have the lead now. 11-10 last time they had the lead. End up winning that set.
Mayer's serve a bit long, goes out of play. Point goes to Atlantic, and we're tied up at 11 apiece again. Back to serve, Pellet for Atlantic.
Carolyn Pellet.
Serve goes to Stogdell. Set at Evelyn. A nice block at the net on the part of Smith and Geyer. Point goes to Atlantic, and Atlantic leads 12-11 now in set number 4. Pellet serves. It's low and into the net. Tied up at 12 apiece.
And there's just kind of been exchanging air so far in this set and keep it tied at 12-12.
It's anyone's
it
game
really
at
is,
this point, Eli.
It really is.
In the game, Cider Rodewald. She's back to serve for the Phillies. There's Trotter. Set hit by Smith. Pushed across now by Waters. Set goes to Burdorf. She hits it across. Atlantic handles it well. Pushed into the back corner. Now Rodewald passes it up front. Hit by Morris. Up into the rafters it goes. Rattles around and out of play. It's kind of like a ping pong ball up in the rafters.
Yeah, just going back and forth like Plingo.
And he goes out of play, and now Shenandoah has the lead, 13-12. Set number 4. There's Rasmussen. Hit across by Smith. Misses out. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 14-12. Cider Rodewald goes back to serve. Just over the net. There's Smith. Hit by Geyer, or Derby rather. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 14-13 now. Shenandoah maintains the lead. And back to serve is Derby. Rodewald passes it up front. Rogers tapped across by Morris. But it falls to Shenandoah's side, 4 hits, and it is tied up at 14 apiece.
Yeah, the lead's been changing back and forth. Whoever gets on that little run here, I think is going to come out on top on this one.
Served by Derby. There's Burdorf. Miscommunication on the part of Shenandoah. Actually hits the net, then falls to the floor. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 15-14. Atlantic leads set number 4, and back to serve is Derby. A serve by Derby goes to Burdorf, kind of shanks it off out to the side. Point goes to Atlantic. Atlantic leads 16-14. And back to serve again, Derby. Derby has a bit of a run going here.
Yep, she does, and Atlantic seems to be getting on these back from the service line.
Into the back row, Burdorf. Hit across by Rogers, but too far. Little cut shot goes out of play. Point goes to Atlantic, and Atlantic continues that stretch. 17-14 now.
Just like he said, whoever's getting that little run first then could come out on top of this set.
Serve into the back row to Burdorf. Rodewald. Free ball across the net by Maher. Set to Geyer. She taps it across. Maher is there. Set to Rogers this time. Big solo block by Geyer, and the point goes to Atlantic. Nice block there. Timeout on the court. 18-14. Atlantic leads set number 4. We'll be back after these messages. Gains the point. It's 19-14, and back to serve is Alyssa Derby.
She's been on a run here, I think, about 6 points.
She has about 6 points in a row and has stretched the lead now to 5 for Atlantic. Atlantic wins. It's over. That's now 20-14. Atlantic on quite a run. They lead 2-1. So if Atlantic wins this set, it's over. Back to serve is Derby. Senior jump serve from Derby into the back row. There's Mayer, passes it up front. That goes to Rogers. Big hit. Nice set and hit by Rogers.
And that's got to be a momentum shifter here for Shenandoah to get back into this set.
Black comes back into the game. She'll go back to serve. It's 20-15. Atlantic with the lead in set number 4. Black back to serve. Passed up front. Smith tapped across by Rasmussen. Rodewald is there. Set goes to Parker. She hits it across. Passed up front by Pellet to Waters. There's Rodewald. Nice dig. Hit across by Rogers. Rogers with a couple of big hits here back to back.
Yep, and she's trying to get that momentum right back on the Shenandoah side. They got 2 in a row here.
It's 20-16. Back to serve is Black. Hit across the net into the back row. Passed up front. Rasmussen. Set goes to Smith. Block at the net. Point now back to Shenandoah. 20-17.
And they've got 3 in a row now. Bringing it back within 3. Shenandoah working their way right back into this set.
Getting back into it. Black from behind the service line. Bit of a run going. There's Smith. Set goes to Geyer. She hits it hard. There's Derby. Keep it alive. Rasmussen set to Geyer. She pushes it across the net this time. Black set to Rogers. Big block at the net by Geyer. Pushed into the back to Derby. Rasmussen pushes it across. It misses out, and point goes to Shenandoah. It's a 2-point match.
And that's 4 straight for Shan. They've just been getting on rallies here, and Shenandoah is finding their way on top on this one.
20-18. Atlantic with the lead. Black back to serve. Into the back row to Pellet. Set goes to Waters. She hits it down. Point goes to Atlantic. 21-18.
And that's something that Atlantic needs right there to stop the momentum of Shan. That would have been their 5th straight. Atlantic comes back on top of it.
Back to serve is Waters. Short serve. Right at the net. Push back across. Set goes to Geyer. She hits it down. Dug out nicely by Rodewald. Set to Parker. She taps it across. Getting under it is Waters. Set to Smith. It's the upright.
Yeah, Antana. Shenandoah is working their way right back into this.
They have not quit.
No, and that's what you're going to see out of the Phillies here tonight. You know, they did that in that second set. Now right back into it, 21-19.
It's anyone's set. Back to serve for Shenandoah. Blank. Passed up front from Derby. Set to Smith. She hits it hard. Kept alive. Free ball across the net by Nolik. Set goes to Lance. She hits it hard. It's in. It's a 1-point match.
And, you know, it's been a lot of free balls coming over from Atlantic. We got a timeout Atlantic here. I think that's the key. Too many free balls coming back over across Shenandoah to be able to capitalize.
21-18, Atlantic leads. We're going to take a break and be back after this. Sets to 1, 25-15, 20-25, 25-17, and Atlantic leads in this 4th set 21-20. But Shenandoah was down by 5, Eli.
I know.
Shenandoah has just fought their way right back into this thing.
Got 4 in a row.
4 in a row. This point could tie it up. Hit across by Smith. Parker with the set to Maher. It goes out of play, or Blank rather, goes out of play, and the point goes to Atlantic. It's 22-20, Atlantic with the lead.
And that's what Atlantic needs right there, to stop the momentum of Shenandoah and get it on your own and try to get 3 straight.
Shenandoah needs to get this point back on their side here now. Serve from Smith is out.
And they sure did right there. Capitalizing on the errors.
And here you go. The possibility of tying it up right here. Stogdell in the game and back to serve. It's 22-21. 22-21. Atlantic with the lead. Back to serve is Stogdell. Into the back row. Smith. Nolik. Push across the net by Derby. Set goes to Lance. She hits it into the back row. Smith passes it up front. Geyer keeps it alive. Tapped across and tied up at 22 apiece. Big block at the net there by Evelyn and Lance.
And yet again, another free ball coming over from the side of the lane. Just helps Shenandoah to be able to set up their offense here, and they're producing right now.
Stogdell back to serve. Hits the net. Point goes to Atlantic. It's 23-22.
Big point right here to stretch it to get that 2-point lead. You
have to win by 2.
Yep.
Back to serve is Trotter. Into that back corner to Stogdell. Passed up front. Tapped across by Evelyn. And tied up at 23.
This is the one to get right here. This is the one to get. Get yourself to 24 and still be able to get to that match point or a set point for Shenandoah and match point for Atlantic. Big point right here.
Back to serve is Mia Parker. There's Pellet. Set from Nolik to Rasmussen. She misses out, and Shenandoah takes the lead 24-23.
And to be able to stay alive here, Shenandoah getting themselves on a run here. Set point.
Back to serve, Parker. Rasmussen, free ball across the net by Derby. Set goes to Lance. She hits it hard. There's Nolik. Rasmussen pushes it into the back corner to Blank. Set this time to Evelyn. Hits it hard, misses out.
And that's a big thing right there. To tie it back 24. Up. Tie it back up. Got a little wiggle room, I guess, now. 1 point, though. Got to be able to win by 2 here. 24 apiece.
And back to serve is Rasmussen. Now, remember, Rasmussen has this little jump serve, and she had quite a stretch in this third set. Into the back corner. Evelyn. Free ball across the net by Parker. Rasmussen. Set goes to Pellet. Into the net. And it's 25. So this would be match point or set point for Shenandoah.
And yet again, another free ball coming over from Atlantic just gives Shenandoah an even better opportunity.
Back to serve is Maher. Into the back row. Passed up front to Rasmussen. Set to Derby. There's that big kill that we saw a lot in the Red Oak game. And it's tied up at 25 apiece. Remember, Eli, we said you got to win by 2.
Got to win by 2, and that's a big point right there for Atlantic. Being able to come back into the set here to get to the back of the match point, and Derby right there steps up big, able to tie back up.
Big hit by Derby. Now back to serve is Pellet. There's Stogdell. Set goes to Morris. Pellet gets under it. Rasmussen. Kept alive by the tapped across by Derby. And Atlantic takes the lead 26-27. This would be match point for Atlantic.
And I think this is the first match point that they've had here in this set. That call could have gone either way from a block to getting into 4 hits. But Atlantic takes the point right there, 26-25.
Morris passes it up front. Set goes to Morris. She taps it across. Kept alive by Atlantic. Pushed across by Rasmussen. There's Maher. Blocked out of play. The point goes to Shenandoah, and we're tied up at 26.
And we got just back and forth here, 26 apiece.
Now Rodewald back to serve for Shenandoah, tied up at 26 apiece. Rodewald serves it into the back row. Trotter passes it up front. Rasmussen with the set to Derby. Point goes to Atlantic, 27-26. Back to serve is Derby. Senior for Atlantic. Low across the net, getting under it's Rodewald. Parker set to Burdorf, kept alive by Atlantic, tapped across by Geyer. And that's going to do it. Atlantic wins 28-26. That's going to do it. So Atlantic wins 3-1, 25-15, 20-25, 25-17, 28-26. And boy, that was something, Eli.
Yeah, and right there, Atlantic, like I said, they had a lot of free balls coming over to the other side of the net, and Shenandoah had a lot of opportunities and did capitalize on most of those opportunities. Way to fight here on both sides. Atlantic comes out on top.
Absolutely. So that one went back and forth, and it was just fun to watch, Eli. Credit to Shenandoah. They didn't fold they were down by 5.
Yeah, down by 5.
20-15.
Yep. And able to tie that all the way back up. It was rallies here on both sides, getting on runs. But you know what? Atlantic just had a little more left in the tank, I think, there, and was able to capitalize.
Let's take a break, and we'll be back after these messages. A quick recap of what has happened here this evening in Red Oak. First match of the evening, it was Red Oak over Atlantic 20 in 3 straight, 25-18, 25-18, 25-13. Red Oak over Atlantic in 3 straight, and that was our first match of the evening. Now, in the second set of the evening, Atlantic defeated Shenandoah 3-1, 25-15, 25-20, 25-17. Let me do that for you again. It was Atlantic over Shenandoah in 3 sets to 1, 25-15, 20-25, 25-17, 28-26. That last set was something and pretty exciting. So should be a good set here. We have more volleyball action coming your way here in just a few minutes. Red Oak and Shenandoah, and we will be back right after these messages. Starting Thursday, there's a Triangular Thursday Griswold and Coon Rapids Baird, and it's you wear your mask and you can come watch the game. The social distancing. Of course, you try to maintain social distancing, but there's no limit. The ticketing system will be out. Wear your mask, and you're going to be required to wear your mask the whole time. So when we're in here, when you walk in the gym, you have to have your mask on, keep it on the whole time, the whole evening, and come and watch some volleyball. A lot of people have wanted to watch volleyball this year and haven't been able to, and but they'll be able to come Thursday night and watch.
Yeah, and that's a great thing for the community. Get out here and support these girls. They have had a fabulous season, and great time to come catch some good volleyball for the community here.
Let's take a break, Derek, and then we'll be back after this and look at these two teams. Just a few minutes away from the opening serve. We'll be right back after this. Talk on here. Welcome back to our folks watching online. You're listening to the Southwestern Community College pre-match show. We appreciate everyone watching online, and I think, Derek, they should call their friends, text their friends, grandma in California or wherever.
You
let
bet.
them know. Yeah, let them watch.
Get on the social media, let them know where they need to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Let them know they can watch it here. But thanks to Southwestern Community College, our pre-match show sponsor. We certainly appreciate it. They're a great partner in the community, Derek.
Absolutely they are. We're lucky to have them here and all throughout Southwest Iowa for all of these communities and our students and everything.
Absolutely. I think I have some updated scores here. In freshman play, it was Atlantic, Red Oak over Atlantic 25-11, 25-14. And Red Oak over Shenandoah 25-13, 25-11. That was in freshman play. That's hot off the press, Derek.
Good deal. Freshman girls getting it done.
But thanks to Southwestern Community College for being our pre-match show sponsor. Great partner, and nice to have them in the community.
Absolutely.
Derek O'Neill, a few minutes away from the opening serve here. And for Red Oak, Derek, who are the players that we're going to see a lot on the court this evening for Red Oak?
You bet. We're going to see number 1, Ashlyn Blackman, a junior. Number 2, Liz Carba, a junior. Number 4, Cameron Went, a senior. Number 5, Chloe DeVries, a senior. Number 7, Tori Carrick, a junior. Number 10, Lexi Johnson, a junior. Number 12, Lennon O'Neill, a junior. And number 17, Abby Jones, a senior.
Players that we'll see quite a bit of on the Shenandoah side for this evening will be?
I think number 1, Sita Roadwald, a senior. Number 2, Bailey Maher, a senior. Number 4, Cassidy Morris, a junior. Number 9, Brooklyn Black, a junior. Number 15, Mia Parker, a senior. Number 17, Jasmine Rogers, a senior. And number 18, Macy Blank, a senior.
Absolutely. A couple of other players that we will see that will be in quite a bit. Allie Eveland, Olivia Stogdell as well, and Jenna Burdorf we'll see those players as well this evening here in our third and final match of the evening. I'm going to give you those freshman scores once again. other volleyball action that took place tonight in freshman play. It was Red Oak over Atlantic 25-11, 25-14, and Red Oak over Shenandoah 25-13, 25-11. That's in freshman play. Now, in varsity play, Red Oak wins in 3 over Atlantic 25-18, 25-18, 25-13, and Atlantic wins over Shenandoah 3-1, 25-15, 20-25, 25-17, in a hard-fought final match, 28-26. We're going to have some player introductions, and then we'll be back with some volleyball action right after this. A few minutes away from the opening set here, Red Oak and Shenandoah. A couple of neat honors there, Derek, in our little intermission.
Really cool.
Coach Montgomery honored for her 300th win. And Abby Jones recognized. Now, she's probably had more than that at this point, but for her 1,000th assist.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. And also, Abby was chosen to the, can you tell me what that was? The Iowa High School Girls Coaches Association.
I believe that's what it was, yes.
One of only 6 liberos in the state.
Yeah.
To be chosen to
as an all-senior team.
Yeah, pretty cool. Mm-hmm. So congratulations to those. So Coach Montgomery and to Abby Jones. So I say again, Derek, that on paper Red Oak wins this, but it's Red Oak Shenandoah. You just really never know what's going to happen. So just a few minutes away from the opening set here. We're going to step away once again, take a quick break. We'll be back after this. Oh, gosh. I need to stand up for a while there. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. I will be. My rear end will be sore.
3 games.
Yeah, it's too many. You know this song?
Oh, yeah.
D-Rock. D-Rock. Oh, gosh.
It's my walk-up song when I come down the stairs in the morning, man.
You come down in your underwear and that, huh?
And my chains.
To Red Oak, and okay, Melanie's. So
I'm a volunteer.
Yeah, okay. So that's D-Rock's walk-up song there that you heard. So to everyone listening online, so very good.
We have a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, now we know. So here we go, Derek. It's just about time for volleyball. And I think officials are ready. And here we go. Back to serve for Shenandoah will be Black, Brooklyn Black. She's a junior. And we are set. Players are on the court. Everyone is set, ready. Refs are ready. Here we go. Black's serve is across the net into the back row to Jones. Passed up front, and probably not the start the Tigers were looking for. Point goes to Shenandoah. They're on the board first, 1-0, set number 1. Shenandoah leads. And back to serve, once again, Brooklyn Black. Serve into the back row to Johnson. She passes it up front. Set goes to Went. Hits it hard. Black is there. Hit into the net by Parker. Point goes to Red Oak. We're tied up at 1 apiece. Blackman gets set to come into the ball game for Red Oak. Coming out of the game, Went. And back to serve will be Blackman. For Red Oak. Passed up front. Black. Free ball across the net there by Morris. Set to O'Neal. She hits it hard. Just misses that corner on the outside. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 2-1. Shenandoah with the lead. Coming into the ball game for Shenandoah will be Blank. Blank goes back to serve. Also coming into the game, Lance. She's a sophomore. And back to serve for Shenandoah, Macy Blank. Serve low across the net. Jones passes it up front. Set goes to Johnson. She hits it hard. Dug out nicely by Blank. Set to Rogers, pushes it in the back corner. Jones passes it up front, right at the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. Shenandoah leads 3-1 in this opening set.
I think we need to make a rule, Aaron. You can't talk about what it looks like on paper. Getting me nervous here.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
No more of that, huh?
Right.
Serve misses out, and it's 3-1. We did that last time, Derek, and they lost. Tigers lost, so. Back to serve Carrick for Red Oak. Blank is there, passes it up front. Set goes to Rogers. She taps it across the net, and the point goes to Shenandoah. Shenandoah leads set number 1, 4-2. Coming into the game is Evelyn and Stogdell. Out of the game, Rogers and Rodewald. Back to serve is Stogdell. Jones hit across the net by Johnson. Tapped across the net now. There's DeVries. Set goes to Johnson. She hits it hard. Point goes to the Phillies. Tigers are in the net.
So that was just a little tight to the net there. Lexi did a good job getting to it, but yeah, just a skosh in the net.
Back to serve is Stogdell. Shenandoah leads 5-2, set number 1. Into the back row, Jones passes it up front. DeVries set to Johnson. Johnson hits it hard. And the Phillies do a nice job of controlling it. Tapped across Carrick, set to Johnson. Again, this time she gets it. It's 5-3. Shenandoah leading set number 1. And back to serve is Lennon O'Neal. Shenandoah leads set 1, 5-3. Serve from O'Neal's into the back row. Passed up front from Stogdell. Pushed across the net by Parker. Carrick with the set to Johnson. She hits it into the open spot on the court. Lexi Johnson does. Red Oak has the point. It's 5-4. Shenandoah with the lead. Back to serve, Lennon O'Neill. Serves low just across the net. Nice serve by O'Neill. Free ball across the net. There's Blank. Set to Lance. She hits it hard. Tapped across by Johnson. And the point goes to Red Oak. Kind of a heads-up play by Lexi Johnson on that, Derek.
Just both teams right at the net there and kind of stuffed on top of it. She punches it over, and Phillies can't quite handle it.
5-5 now. Red Oak with the lead. And set number 5-5. Red Oak tied. Set number 1. Back to serve is Lennon O'Neill. Serve into the back row. Set goes to the Phillies. Carbaugh with the big hit. That hit just inside the line, I guess, there.
Right down the line. Great little swing play there.
Now Red Oak leads 6-5. Back to serve O'Neill. This is 4 in a row, Derek?
Yeah, I'm the dad. I don't count on these.
And at the net, nice job by the Tigers. Point goes to Red Oak, 7-5. Red Oak with the lead. Set number 1. Back to serve is O'Neill for Red Oak. Into the back row. Black passes it up front. Set goes to Evelyn. She just taps it across. There's Carrick. Set to O'Neill from behind the 10-foot line. Passed up front by Blank. Hit across the net. Set goes to Lexi Johnson. She taps it into the open spot on the court. And it's 8-5.
It's always good when Lexi can be hitting those spots with the tap or just nailing it home when she really gets after it. So keeps them on their toes.
Back to serve, Lennon O'Neill. This one misses out down the sideline. Point goes to Shenandoah. Coming into the game for Shenandoah will be Burdorf. Out of the game, Blank. And back to serve is Parker, Mia Parker. Parker serves low just across the net. Set, hit hard down the line by Lexi Johnson. 9-6. Red Oak leads. Coming into the game is Went. Out of the game, Blackman for Red Oak. Back to serve Lexi Johnson. Serve into the back row. Blank passes it up front. Set goes to Evelyn. She hits it across. Carrick set to Went. Went hits it down the line. There's Blank. Kept alive by Parker. And it goes into the bleachers. Point goes to Red Oak. It's 10-6 now. Red Oak leads set number 1. Lexi Johnson from behind the service line. And hit across by Burdorf. Lexi Johnson hits it hard, back across the net. Stogdell passes it up front. Nice job by the Tigers to somehow keep that alive, Derek.
Abby Jones kind of going one direction and falls back the next and gets an arm under it, keeps that ball alive, and point goes to the Tigers.
11-6, Red Oak leads set 1. Serve from Johnson. Set to Evelyn. She taps it across. Liz Carbaugh is there to just go back and tap it right back down. Red Oak leads 12-6. Matt Davis trying to help me out with my no glasses situation here, so I appreciate that. Point goes for the Tigers. Again, Carbaugh at the net. It's 13-6, Red Oak leads. Timeout on the court, Derek. We're going to take it with them. Red Oak leads set number 1, 13-6. We'll be back after this. row. Blank passes it up front. Hit across by Evelyn. Carrick is there, kept alive. From behind the 10-foot line is Jones. He goes into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. 13-7. Red Oak leads set number 1. Coming into the game will be Maher. Out of the game, Lance. Blank takes a seat, and also coming into the game will be Burdorf. Back to serve is Maher. Johnson into the back row, passes it up front to DeVries. Hit across by Carbod. Tigers, I think, maybe stumbled on that
maybe
one a little
just
bit.
a miscommunication on what play they were going to run there, and Liz tried to adjust in the air and
didn't quite work
didn't
for him.
quite get it. Yep.
Back to serve is Maher into the back row. Jones passes it up front. Set goes to Went. She taps it across. Kept alive by the Phillies. Pushed across by Morris. DeVries set to Carbaugh. This one she hits hard. It goes out of play. And
nice little slide play again there by the Tigers, and
or swing play.
Swing, whatever Aaron wants to call it.
14-8, Red Oak with the lead. Into the back row, passed up front. Set from Parker to Moore. She hits it hard. Chased down by Johnson. Free ball across the net by Jones. Parker, set goes to Mayer. She hits it from behind the 10-foot line. Set this time to Carrick. Bit far, goes out of play. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 14-9. Red Oak leads set number 1. Coming back into the game is Sida Rodewald and Rogers. Out of the game is Stogdell and Evelyn. Back to serve, Rodewald. Johnson passes it up front. Set goes to Carrick. Getting under it's Parker. Rodewald passes it up front. Hit across the net by Morris or into the net. Point goes to Red Oak. 15-9. Red Oak leads. Into the game, O'Neill. Out of the name, Carbaugh. And back to serve is Abby Jones. Jump serve from the mid portion of the court. Ace serve by Abby Jones. She's shifted over a little bit now, Derek, kind of to the mid portion of the court.
It's kind of fun watching her do that here in her home gym. She's got lots of space to get a good wind up.
This is ace serve number 2. It just goes, it amazes me. It just goes across the net and then just like takes this 90-degree curve right into the floor. It's amazing. 17-19, 2 ace serves in a row by Abby Jones from this crazy jump serve, I'm telling you. 3 ace serves in a row by Abby Jones.
Like a baseball player trying to hit a knuckle curve.
It just is.
Just don't know where it's going to go.
18-9 now. Red Oak leads set number 1. Jump serve going again for Abby Jones. Taps net and pushed across, or actually hit into the net by Burdorf. Point goes to Red Oak. It's 18-9. 19-9. Red Oak leads set number 1. Jones again. Ace serve again by Abby Jones. 20-9. Timeout on the court. Red Oak leads set number 1, 20-9. We'll be back after this. Nine. Red Oak leads now. And Abby Jones on a bit of a streak here.
Great roll by Abby.
21-9. Red Oak leads set number 1. Jump serve again. Dug out by Burdorf. Rogers pushes it back to the court, then free ball across the net by Maher. Set to Went. Hits it down. Point goes to the Tigers. 22-9. Red Oak with the lead. Abby Jones back to serve. Right into that back corner. Ace serve again by Abby Jones.
Tell you what, she's adding to the stat column there right in this
for sure
first set.
Coming into the game is Rogers. Out of the game, Morris for Shenandoah. Abby Jones serve. Once again, ace serve for Jones. It's 24-9. Set point. Jones from behind the service line, just kind of on fire right at the moment. Jump serve from Jones, just into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah.
Gosh, she served I don't know how many in a row there and how many aces, and just barely clips the net and falls back on the Tigers' side of the court.
Coming into the game, Black. She'll go behind the service line for Shenandoah. 24-10, Red Oak leads. Set number 1. It's set point. Black puts it into play. Jones passes it up front. Set to O'Neill. She hits it down. Carrick is there. Free ball across the net by Carrick. Black to Rogers. Hits it hard. Jones digs it, passes it up front. DeVries set to Went. Blocked at the net. There's Johnson, but we have too much contact with the ball. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 24-11.
Jasmine Rogers there for the Phillies, listed at 5'11", got 2 blocks in that particular.
She can hit the ball hard too, Derek. Watch her in that set earlier. She can hit the ball. Set goes to Went down the line. It's in, and that's going to do it. 25-11. Red Oak wins set number 1, 25-11 here in Red Oak. We're going to take a break. We're going to have a little discussion on the court here. And now it's official. 25-11. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back after these messages. Welcome back to Red Oak, headed to set number 2. Red Oak wins set number 1, 25-11 here in Red Oak. Aaron West along with Derek O'Neill. We are set for set number 2. Blackman back to serve into the back row. There's Parker passed up front. Rogers free ball across the net. Little set to Johnson. That little low set, quick set. That the Phillies handle it well. Set goes to Lexi. She hits it hard, too far, goes out of play. Point goes to Shenandoah. Shenandoah on the board first in set number 2. 1-0. Back to serve is Black. Brooklyn Black, she's a junior for the Phillies. Serves into the back row. Ace serve by Brooklyn Black. 2-0 now. Shenandoah with the lead. And back to serve is Black. Serve into the back row to Blackman. Hit down by O'Neill. Nice job by Lennon O'Neill with the kill. And the Tigers are on the board in set number 2. Shenandoah leads 2-1. In set number 2. Back to serve, Tori Carrick. Serve into the back row to Parker. Set to Rogers. Nice hit at the net by Rogers. She can hit the ball. She's listed, Derek, at 5'11", but I think she may be taller than that.
I was thinking that too. You know, I think we've got Liz on our side at 5'11", and she looks just a little taller.
I think she might be a little taller than 5'11", but
now Liz might out-jump her.
Liz out-jumps almost everybody in the gym at this point. So into the back row it goes to Blackman. Set to O'Neill. Nice hit by O'Neill, dug out by Rodewald. Black set to Roger. She hits it into the back row to Jones. Set to Lexi Johnson, dug out nicely that time by Blank.
Tigers having a little trouble there.
And kept alive by the Phillies. Into the back row, Jones passed it up front. Dump set, kept alive by Rogers. Hit by Lentz. Point goes to the Phillies. Nice job by Shenandoah.
Pretty great little volley there. Shenandoah showing some good skills, keeping the Tigers off balance there throughout that whole volley.
4-1, Shenandoah leads. Back to serve is Macy Blank. Serves into the back row to Jones. She passes it up front to DeVries. Tapped across by Johnson. Lexi Johnson's doing a nice job of mixing it up, Derek, between, just the kill or that nice little finesse shot into the open spot.
Between just the hard hit to the, just dumping it to the donut, the open spot on the floor.
Shenandoah leads 4-2, served by O'Neill. Set to Lance, she hits it hard, and Shenandoah 5-2. Nice hit and nice kill by Lance. Kate Lance, she's a sophomore. Coming into the game is Stogdell. Out of the game, Roger. Stogdell back to serve. Olivia Stogdell serve just across the net into the back row. Carrick passes it up front. Hit by Lexi Johnson down the right side this time. Point goes to Red Oak. And 5-3, Shenandoah leads set number 2. Serve from Johnson. There's Blank. Passes it up front. Hit across by Parker. Kept alive by Johnson. DeVries sets Carrick from behind the 10-foot line. Point goes to Red Oak. 5-4, Red Oak leads set number 2. Lexi Johnson back to serve. Tips the top ribbon, tips over onto the Shenandoah side, and it's an ace.
Sneaks
serve.
in an ace there. Tied up
5-5. Serve into the back row, passed up front from Stogdell, set and tapped by Evelyn. Carbaugh keeps it alive. Hit by Went down the line, off the hands. Let's see here, Griswold and Sydney playing tonight in girls. And Sydney takes the first set 25-21. And Sydney takes set number 2, 25-11 over Griswold. Hit hard by Evelyn, handled well by the Tigers. Tapped across by Carbaugh. Pushed into the back corner by Parker. Hit by Johnson from behind the 10-foot line. Nice job by Lexi Johnson. And it's 7-5, Red Oak leads set number 2.
Tigers do a good job with that kind of back row attack. You don't see as many teams in the Hawkeye 10 doing that as successfully as the Tigers do.
The Tigers, when they have the back row attack going, Derek, they just do well with it. Served into the back row. Set to Lance. She hits it hard. Finds the open seam in the open spot on the court, back near the back line, and point goes to Shenandoah. It's 7-6. Coming into the ball game for Shenandoah is Burdorf. Having a seat will be Black. And back to serve, Parker for Shenandoah. Red Oak leads 7-6, set number 2. Serve from Parker's low across the net. Jones right at the net, passes it. Nice job by Lexi Johnson. That was just effort, Derek.
Absolutely.
From behind the 10-foot line is Jones. Too far, goes out of play. We're tied up at 7.
Great effort, like you mentioned there with Lexi. She just laid it out on the floor and got the ball up in the air, saved it.
Back to serve is Parker. Mia Parker. Into the back row. Jones passes it up front. Set to Carbaugh. Back across the net by Lance. DeVries. Set goes to Went this time. She hits it. Stogdell dives and gets it, keeps it into play, but Phillies just can't get it going in the right direction. Falls the court, and the Tigers take the lead 8-7 in set number 2. Serve from DeVries into the back row, passed up front by Blank. Set goes to Morris, or Burdorf rather. Burdorf works it across, and then Lexi Johnson hits it into the net. We're tied up at 8 apiece. Coming back into the game is Maher. Out of the game, Lance. Also coming into the game, Morris. Taking a seat will be Blank for Shenandoah. And back to serve is Maher. Tied up at 8 apiece, set number 2. Serve into the back row to Lexi Johnson. Tapped by Carbaugh. Too much contact with the ball. Or in the net, actually. I guess went under the net probably with a foot, I'm guessing. Back to serve Bailey Maher. She's a senior for Shenandoah. Into the back row, Jones. DeVries. Pushed across by Lexi Johnson. Tapped by Evelyn. Kept alive by Carbaugh. Hit by Went. Nice job there by Morris to keep it alive. Set the win again. She hits it across. Parker Burdorf tapped by Evelyn. Tigers let it go out of play, and the point goes to Red Oak.
Great court awareness by the Tigers there, just letting the ball fall out of bounds.
Tied up at 9 apiece in set number 2. Jump serve by Jones. Ace serve.
I think we saw that the first set.
Yeah, time or two. Jones, 10-9. Red Oak leads set number 2. Ace serve number 2 by Abby Jones. Abby's on with her serve tonight for sure. 11-9. Red Oak with the lead. Abby Jones again. Getting under it, Stogdell. Hit across the net by Morris. Tigers let it go out of play. Point goes to Red Oak. It's 12-9. Red Oak with the lead. Back to serve is Abby Jones. Jump serve into the back row. Rodewald rather digs it out. Set from DeVries to Carrick on the right side. Hits into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. It's 12-10. Red Oak with the lead. Set number 2. Coming into the ball game is Rogers. Taking a seat will be Stogdell. Also, Rodewald takes a seat, and Evelyn is into the game for Shenandoah. And back to serve is Allie Evelyn. She's a junior, 5'10". She's listed at 5'10" as well. Serve goes out the right side. Point goes to Red Oak. Back into the game, Rodewald. Evelyn takes a seat. Red Oak leads 13-10. Blackman gets set to check in for Red Oak, and Went will take a seat. 13-10, Red Oak with the lead. Ashlyn Blackman in to serve. Serve into the back row. Set goes to Rogers. She can hit it and does. Finds that open spot on the court and puts it there. 13-11. Nice job by Rogers.
Phillies are hanging with the Tigers here, even with that wicked serve Abby had just a little bit ago. So
back to serve is Black. Brooklyn Black back to serve. Blackman pushes it up front. Hit by, nice job by Lennon O'Neill. Got him out of position is what happened. Black was there but out of position, couldn't do anything with it. Point goes to Red Oak. 14-11 now. Red Oak with the lead. Serve from Carrick into the back row. Set goes to Rogers. She taps it into what was the open spot, but Johnson got there. Black digs it. Set goes to Morris. She hits it hard. O'Neill's there to bat it back across. Phillies can't do anything with it. Point goes to Tigers. It's 15-11. Red Oak with the lead in set number 2. Back to serve is Tori Carrick. Into the back row. Passed up front. Black set goes to Morris. Hits it across. Nice job by Blackman. Behind the 10-foot line is Jones. Set goes to Parker. Pushes into the back row. Jones passes it up front. Set to Johnson. Hit hard down the left side. Point goes to Tigers. When Lexi gets lined up and gets a good set, I mean, it's hard to handle.
No, there are very few defenses that can handle that.
16-11. Red Oak leads into the back row. It's Maher. Maher across the net to Carrick up front. Set to Lexi. She taps it across the net.
Finds the open spot.
17-11 now. Red Oak with the lead. Set number 2. Red Oak won set number 1 by a score of 25-11. Timeout on the court. We'll take it with them and be back after these messages. Red Oak leads 17-11 over Shenandoah. Red Oak and Shenandoah set number 2. Red Oak wins set number 1, 25-11. This is set number 2. Red Oak leads 17-11. Carrick puts the ball in play from behind the service line. There is Maher, tapped across by Morris. Jones with the set to Lexi Johnson, dug out by Maher. O'Neal at the net, set to Lexi Johnson, and again, Lexi hits it. It's just hard to deal with. Point goes to Red Oak.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to defend that. I'd have Spalding tattooed on me.
Yeah, I think so. 18-11, Red Oak with the lead, set number 2. Set goes to Parker. She hits it across. Nice job by Abby Jones to dig that out. Black set to Morris, hits it hard, goes out of play. Point goes to the Tigers. 19-11, Red Oak with the lead in set number 2. And again, Tori Carrick back to serve for Red Oak. Just a little soft serve this time. O'Neal's there. Set to O'Neal. She hits it, falls to the floor. Point goes to Red Oak. 20-11. Red Oak leads set number 2. Back to serve once again, Tori Carrick. Into the back row. Parker, Rodewald. Free ball across the net by Rogers. Into the back corner. Blackman's there. Set to Lexi Johnson, and another kill for Lexi. 21-11, Red Oak with the lead. I think it looks like Coach Montgomery's talking to some of her younger players here. Set from Carrick, or serve by Carrick. Set to Rogers. She pushes it into the back corner. That's a nice job by Jasmine Rogers to see the open spot and just push it to it. Point goes to Shenandoah. 21-12. Coming into the ball game for Shenandoah is Macy Blank and Lance. Kate Lance taking a seat will be Morris and Maher. Back to serve will be Macy Blank, senior, 5'7" senior for Shenandoah. Set to Lexi Johnson. This time misses out.
Just barely. Good hard hit. Good set by the Tigers.
That was kind of like a quarterback running left and throwing back right. She got set to her right and hit it back to her left, which is
kind of see Patrick Mahomes do that a lot.
Yeah.
Watch football?
He tries to. You know, he can't hardly get it going, Derek. I'm just serves low and into the net, and coming into the game.
You're not a Chiefs fan, are you?
I watch the Chiefs. I don't know that I would classify myself as a Chiefs fan, but I like Patrick Mahomes. So, into the game, Merced Ramirez and Jordan Carlson for the first time tonight. Red Oak leads 22-13. Back to serve O'Neal. Into the back row, Black. Set goes to Rogers. She hits it hard at the net. Johnson and Carba are there. Point goes to the Tigers. 23-13. And serve from Lennon O'Neal into the back row. Carbaugh's there, tries to go up and hit it, but Parker blocks it. Point goes to Shenandoah, 23-14. Coming into the game, Jones, O'Neal will take a seat. Also coming into the game for Shenandoah is Stogdall, and Rogers will take a seat. Back to serve, Olivia Stogdall, senior for Shenandoah. Serve is low and into the net, 24-14. Set point for Red Oak. Back to serve is Lexi Johnson. Went checks into the ball game. Blackman takes a seat. There's Maher, or Blank rather, and that's going to do it. 25-14. Red Oak wins set number 2. Red Oak leads 2-0, 25-11, 25-14. We'll be back with set 3 right after these messages. Tigers lead 2-0. And we are about set for the third set. Coach Gelber's got the tunes rolling over there, Derek.
They do. They're rocking out pretty good. You can always count on him to play some good music at these games.
All right, here we go. Set number 3. Back to serve for Shenandoah will be Black. Brooklyn Black, she's a junior. Serve is into the back row. Johnson passes it right back up to the net. And a little miscommunication there by the Tigers, and somehow the Tigers get the point. I mean, that was almost football-esque there.
A little bit of a dance they had going on.
So,
and yeah, Lennon tapped it down at the net, so good awareness there.
Red Oak gets the point. Back to serve is Blackman into the back row. Parker passes it up front. Black set to Parker. She pushes it across the net, but net violation on the Tigers. I think probably stepped under the net there, maybe inadvertently. Coming into the ball game will be Macy Blank and Kate Lance. Morris and Maher will take a seat. Blank serves into the back row. Blackman passes it up front. Set goes to Carrick. Nice block at the net there by Rogers. Rogers is something at the net, Derek, I'm telling you. Into the back row. 4 hits. Point goes to Shenandoah. Shenandoah leads 2-1. You know, I think Shenandoah led those first 2 sets for the first 5 or 6 points.
They did. Just couldn't quite close it out.
And Shenandoah leads this set 2-1.
Seeing some great volleys here. Great hustle by the Phillies.
Hustling to keep it alive. Great job. Still a little bit out of system hit this time by Lexi Johnson. And now we're tied up at 2 apiece. Back to serve will be Carrick. Tori Carrick back to serve for Red Oak. Into the back row to Black. Set goes to Lance. Nice job by Blackman to get under it. Jones passes it up front. Free ball across the net by Johnson. Set to Rodewald. Carrick passes it up front. Set to Johnson. There's Blank. Digs it nicely. Hit across the net. Jones keeps it alive. Free ball across the net by Blackman. And this time falls to the floor. Red Oak has the point. It's 3-2. Red Oak with the lead. In set number 3, Red Oak leads 2-0. Into the game, Carbaugh. Out of the game, Jones. And back to serve, O'Neill. Into the back row. Black is there. Rodewald. Free ball across the net by Lance. Passed up front. Set to Carbaugh. She hits it down hard. Dug out nicely by Blank. Hit by Rogers at the net. Point goes to the Tigers. Red Oak leads 4-2. Back to serve O'Neill for Red Oak. This serve low hits the top ribbon. Point goes to Shenandoah. O'Neill comes out of the game, into the game Jones. Also coming into the game will be Stogdell, and taking his seat is Rogers. Stogdell back to serve for Shenandoah. 4-3, Red Oak leads set number 3. And back to serve is Olivia Stogdell, a senior for Shenandoah. Into the back row to Jones. DeVries with the set to Lexi Johnson. And bounces off of a couple of Phillies' hands and goes out of play. Point goes to Tigers. It's 5-3. Went comes back into the ball game. Taking a seat will be Blackman. Lexi Johnson serve into the back row. Blank passes it up front, but kind of goes into the open seam between two players. Falls to the floor, and Red Oak has the point. It's 6-3. Lexi Johnson back to serve. Set goes to Lance. Lexi goes up like she's going to try to get it and then thinks, probably shouldn't do that. Just lets it go, and point goes to Red Oak. Nice job by Lexi.
Yeah, good call letting it go there.
A serve by Lexi Johnson. It's 8-3. Red Oak with the lead, set number 3. And Dave Carbaugh is taking care of the volleyballs tonight, throwing it into play. It's the coach in the head. So
guess they won't ask him to do that job again.
That's a way to not be asked to do that again. So the crowd got a kick out of it. So back to action. Lexi Johnson hits it across the net. Set goes to Lance. Hit down by Carbaugh. Nice job there by Blank to keep that alive. Set to Went. Blank is there to dig it out, pass it up front, set to Evelyn, goes into the net, point goes to Red Oak. 9-3, Red Oak leads. Lexi Johnson, serve again into the back row, Blank passes it up front. Set to Evelyn, she hits it across. Now Went takes the set, out of play, point goes to Shenandoah, 9-4. Red Oak leads, set number 3. Back to serve is Parker. Coming into the ball game, Morris. Taking a seat will be Black. And Mia Parker back to serve, low and into the net. Point goes to the Tigers. It's 10-4. And Chloe DeVries back to serve. Red Oak leads 10-4. DeVries back to serve. Into the back row, passed up front from Blank. Parker, set goes to Burdorf. Nice kill by Burdorf. She's a freshman. Burdorf is. Coming into the ball game is Maher and Rogers. Back to serve will be Bailey Maher. She's a senior. And Carolyn Rogers into the game. She's a freshman as well. Serve from Maher. Tigers let it go out, misses out. And point goes to Red Oak. It's 11-5. Back to serve Jones. Into the game O'Neill. Out of the game Carbaugh. Served by Abby Jones. Hit back into the net. Point's going to go to Red Oak. 12-5. Red Oak with the lead. Set number 3. Red Oak leads 2-0. Abby Jones back with the jump serve again. This one's low and into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah, 12-6. Red Oak leads. Coming back into the game now. Looks like Stogdell gets set to come back into the game. And it looks like Sydney defeats Griswold in 3 sets this evening. Griswold will be here Thursday night in Red Oak. Serve into the back row to Jones. Set to O'Neill, and nice hit by Lennon. Nice placement right in the back corner. Point goes to the Tigers. Coming into the game is Blackman. Out of the game Went. Red Oak leads 13-6 in set number 3. Back to serve will be Blackman. Ashlyn Blackman. Into the back row to Rodewald. Rodewald passes it up front. Rogers hits it hard, but it goes too far, and the point goes to Red Oak. 14-6 now. Red Oak with the lead. Blackman back to serve. Tips the net. Rodewald is there. Set goes to Burdorf. She hits it hard. Jones keeps it alive. Set to Carrick. Carrick a little bit off balance, Derek.
A little bit. Not, that's not a normal pattern you see there either. Jones to Blackman to Carrick. We don't see that very often.
And Carrick off balance, but she just hit it right into the donut hole, right into the soft spot on the court. And
got
point goes to Red Oak.
Point for the Tigers.
15-6, Red Oak leads. There is Maher hitting the ball across. Set goes to Johnson. Point goes to Red Oak. Lexi Johnson with another. She's had a ton of kills in this match here this evening. 16-6, Red Oak with the lead. Blackman back to serve. Ashlyn Blackman serve into the back row to Rodewald. Set at the net. O'Neill taps it back across, and the point goes to the Tigers. Coming into the game, Bass. Out of the game, Johnson. Red Oak leads 17-6, and back to serve is Blackman. We're going to have a timeout on the court. We'll take it with them. Red Oak leads set number 3, 17-6. Red Oak, set number 3. Red Oak leads 17-6. Red Oak leads 2 sets to none, 25-11, 25-14 in the first 2 sets. Serve misses out. Point goes to Shenandoah, 17-7. Back into the ballgame for Shenandoah is Black. Taking a seat will be Burdorf, Jenna Burdorf. She's a freshman. And back to serve, Black. 17-7. Black back to serve. Low across the net. Jones is there. Set goes to Carrick. She hits it down the line. Nice job by Tori Carrick. And the point goes to Tigers. 18-7 now. Red Oak leads. Carrick's serve is across the net. Maher is there to pass it up front. Hit across the net by Maher. Rogers rather. Hits it back across the net. Black. Free ball across the net by Maher. Kept alive by the Tigers. Bass this time hits it across. Rodewald digs it out. Maher hits it across the net. Set to Bass. Rodewald with the dig. Passed up front. Parker to Rogers. Across the net. Rodewald digs. Set. Maher. It's short. Point goes to the Tigers. 19-7. Red Oak leads.
Good little volley there. Phillies handling every hit.
Back to serve is Carrick. Passed up front. Set to Rogers. She can hit it and does. Point goes to Shenandoah. 19-8. Coming into the ball game is Blank. Blank goes back to serve. Macy Blank serve into the back row to Jones. DeVries with the set to O'Neill. Nice job by the Tigers. Point goes to Red Oak. Hit hard by O'Neill. It was blocked, but blocked out of play, and it goes to Red Oak. Back to serve is O'Neill. Red Oak leads 20-8. Set number 3. From way back, Rodewald hits it across the net. Bass with the kill. Peyton Bass. It's 21-8 now. Coming into the game, Ramirez and Boswell. Out of the game, Carrick and DeVries. Merced Ramirez and Olivia Boswell into the game. Okay. And O'Neill back to serve. Dug out up front. Set goes to Lynch. She taps it across. Hit hard by Bass. Out of play. Point goes to Shenandoah. One thing to note, Derek, this will be the last conference game for the Tigers.
Yes.
And they will have a share of the conference title. I don't know exactly how that's going to break down, so that will be co-champs. How does that work, Derek? I think it will be because of the loss with St. Albert. But this will be the last conference game for the Tigers. So we're getting toward that latter part of the season. So,
yeah.
21-10, Red Oak leads over Shenandoah. Back to serve is Stogdill. Set from Ramirez to Carbaugh. Co-champs with Glenwood.
I'd like to see how they figure that out exactly. With the Tigers beating Glenwood and both only having one loss, how they are co-champs there.
But they'll be. So, yeah.
St. Albert doesn't even have a record to put them up there to be close to win. So,
also coming into the game now for Red Oak will be Laney DeVries. Back to serve, Bass into the back row, Stogdill. Red Oak leads 22-10. Set goes to blank. Point goes to the Tigers. 23-10.
You don't want to argue my logic on that conference champ thing.
I'm not going to. Nope. I'm not
that's
gonna,
all right.
But
co-champs is awesome.
Co-champ. And help me out on who's coming into the game here, Derek.
That is Reese Jackson.
Whoever puts our sheet together does a fantastic job. Reese Jackson with the serve. Set from Ramirez to Boswell. She gets it back across the net, pushed across the net, dump set. Set to Went. Kept alive by Blank. Stogdill passes it up front. Evelyn, and the point goes to Red Oak. This is match point, 24-10, and back to serve is Reese Jackson.
Macy Boswell coming into the game for the Tigers too.
Into the back row, the serve goes. Set to Evelyn. Kept alive by Merced Ramirez. Jones, free ball across the net. Set goes to Lance. She hits it on. Jones keeps it alive. Ramirez. Free ball across the net by Boswell. Hit by Evelyn. Chased down by Jones. Abby Jones just laying it all on the line there to keep that alive. It's 24-11. Back to serve for Shenandoah will be Mia Parker. She's a senior. Serve into the back row. Jackson digs it, passes it up front. Ramirez with the set to Boswell. She hits it into the net. Point goes to Shenandoah, 24-12. Back to serve once again is Parker. Mia Parker. 24-12, Red Oak leads. Serves low, tips the net. Point goes to Shenandoah. When it's coming, Derek, and it hits that top ribbon a lot of times.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's so hard to, you can't.
You're playing it like it's going to come hard over the net, and then it throws you off balance, yeah.
Jackson. Miscommunication there between the Tigers. 24-14 now.
Tigers with a couple freshmen out on the court now, a couple sophomores, and Abby Jones.
Just a completely different look on the floor from what we've seen all year. Into the back row. Jackson's there. Jones keeps it alive. Boswell hits into the back row. It goes out. And the point goes to, that's Macy Boswell. The point goes to Shenandoah, 24-15. Red Oak with the lead. Back to serve once again. Mia Parker. This time kept alive by Boswell. That's Olivia Boswell. Set goes to and Laney DeVries with the block at the net. And that's going to do it, 25-15 with the block from Laney DeVries. Red Oak wins in 3 over Shenandoah, 25-11, 14, and 15. Derek, thoughts?
I'm glad your prediction was right. I get a little nervous on these. So
yeah.
So, yep, on paper, it worked out exactly like it should have on paper. So
and that happens. So, but thanks to Shenandoah, they show a lot of fight, a lot of heart.
They do. They got a number of freshmen out there too, so
they're going to be
players. They're going to be strong in years to come.
Yep, absolutely. So it's just one of those years. Like you say, a lot of young players on the court, a lot of valuable experience being gained. So let's take a break, and then we'll be back after these messages. It's the Red Oak Greenhouse post-match show, Derek. Tigers pretty much, I don't know what you correct in that final set, but the Tigers pretty much dominated that start to finish, I would say.
Definitely it was, they owned the court the whole time there. So good to see them close out that last conference game strong.
Yep.
Co-champs of the Hawkeye 10.
Yep.
So they're lining up for pictures here at the net and gonna take that co-conference champ pick and just a good season all around for the Tigers, dropping that one loss to the Saints at St. Albert. And
St. Albert's a good team, Derek. Their record definitely doesn't necessarily reflect the quality of the team that they are.
Sure. And they certainly played lights out against the Tigers there last weekend. Like you say, any of these Hawkeye 10 schools can show up on any night and be a great team and prove that they deserve to win. So
you're listening to the Red Oak Greenhouse post-match show here on KCSI FM, and thanks to them for being our sponsor of our post-match show. We certainly appreciate it. We're going to take just a quick break, and we'll be back. Hopefully get to visit with Coach Montgomery and maybe a couple of players. We'll just have to wait and see. Back to Red Oak, joined now by Abby Jones. Abby, how are you this evening?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Great game tonight.
Thank you.
2 games, actually. And Lainey DeVries. Lainey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. It is nice to get to visit with you both. Okay, Lainey, let's start. I'm going to start, Lainey, with you. The last set there, the last point of the last match, actually. So Talk to me what you saw on the court and your approach to coming out tonight. Were you nervous when you got out tonight or what?
Yeah, I was really nervous because usually we don't get to go in unless it's a really good game, and I saw the opportunity and I went for it and it worked.
So basically you put the game away.
Yeah, it was really fun, really exciting.
Talk to me a little bit about your team this year, Lainey. Has it been fun for you?
It's been really fun. We have a great group of girls. We always come out and work hard, and it's been a lot of fun this season, and I can't wait to see where we go with regionals.
We're getting to the really fun part of the season now.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Lainey DeVries with us. So congratulations, Lainey, and great job. Way to step. Lainey, you're a sophomore.
Yep.
5'9". Is volleyball your favorite sport?
Oh, yeah. I love volleyball. Definitely my favorite.
Very good. Nice to see you out there.
Yep, thank you.
Abby, so a big night, Abby.
Yes, it was, for sure.
Took Atlantic in 3, 25-18, 18 and 13.
Mm-hmm.
Shan in 3, 25-11, 14 and 15.
Yep.
Okay, before we get to that, you had kind of a recognition tonight for now you're well over 1,000 assists.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yep. Thank you so much.
And also a selection to the Iowa High School Girls
Senior All-Star.
Senior All-Star
Yep,
game.
yep, yep.
One of only 6 liberos in the state. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
that's a real source of pride.
Yeah,
right?
I know, for sure.
I mean, that's a pretty cool thing, a great season.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that when you're out there on the court and you're playing libero, you just go for it. You just lay it out. I mean, chasing stuff down you just give it everything, don't you?
For sure. I mean, every year I played volleyball, I just never let the ball drop without a touch, and I just feel like being a senior libero, that's my spot to fill, and I just do my best for the team.
And your jump serve was just on, especially in that last match.
Yes, it was on tonight. For
so
sure.
you switched from the doorway to the center portion of the court. Why did you do that?
Okay, being honest, I got blinded by the light. I'm not even kidding. Like, I threw it up kind of so high, I got blinded by the light over there, so I thought maybe if I moved in.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
You went on a stretch of about 7 or 8 in a row with about 4 or 5 aces in that same. I mean, you're just feeling it.
Yeah. Once you get a couple over, I just feel like I hit the ball harder and I have more control, and everybody hates to miss a serve, and it's just a confidence killer. So for sure, when you get on a run like that, you're feeling yourself, and it worked tonight for sure.
Absolutely. Congratulations to you on the accolades. Well deserved.
Thank you.
For sure. Now, volleyball's not over. That was the last conference game.
Yes.
But we have volleyball Thursday night.
Yep. Triangular, Coon Rapids, Bayard, and Griswold. Yes.
What do we know about them, if anything? Do we?
Not much. I'm assuming that's what practice will be over tomorrow and film, and we'll talk more about that. I mean, I feel like we focused on Monday about Atlantic and Shan and what they're about. So tomorrow I feel like we'll learn more about them. I mean, we've seen Griswold before.
Yeah.
So we know a little bit, but not much.
Lainey, what are we looking forward to coming into Griswold and Coon Rapids Bayard?
I'm hoping we can come out with a huge win and get ready for regionals.
Now, is there another tournament after that? Is there another tournament on Saturday?
Yep, Saturday and Winterset.
What do we know about that tournament? A lot of teams?
There's a few teams, a bunch of teams that we haven't played, so we're excited to get out there and get some extra experience.
All right, and then we get into tournament time.
Yep.
So that's going to be here.
Yes.
7 o'clock, and we're going to play Shenandoah.
Shenandoah Monday, and whoever wins Wednesday will be the second round.
That's right.
Whoever wins, so.
People need to come watch.
For sure. I mean, yeah, with the new mask mandate, everybody's allowed to come now to games.
Put your mask
on and come support.
Watch and yell and be loud and
for
have
sure.
fun.
A loud gym is so much funner to play in. So
very good. Hey guys, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Yep,
Lainey DeVries and Abby Jones. Fun to watch you guys. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Our thanks to Abby Jones and Lainey DeVries for stopping by and visiting with us. And it is always nice to get to visit with them. And now we're going to have the opportunity, I think, in just a second, after we have our proper sanitation break here. So we're going to get to visit with Coach Angie Montgomery and talk to her about our volleyball this evening. Coach Montgomery, does that headset sound okay to you?
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay, perfect. Coach, pretty dominant really tonight.
Yeah, it was great. Great to see. Coming off of last Thursday, just needed some confidence back, and had to get some good connections, good digs, and I mean overall it's a long night to play.
Oh, it's
6 sets, and
yeah.
starting at 4:30, they're not used to that. They usually don't come on until about 7:30. So, I was pleased with the way they came out tonight.
Was there motivation coming off of that game with the St. Albert?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously the girls knew that St. Albert played lights out, not
Yes.
to take anything away from them, but we didn't play our game. We didn't play as crisp as we normally do. And, so there was something that they needed to, prove to themselves. And we had 3 great practices since Thursday, and just completely focused, and I saw that out there tonight. So happy about that.
Are there any individual efforts that you would comment on tonight? I mean, I thought everyone played well.
Oh, they did. Yeah, I think first and foremost, Abby's 8 ace serves in that match against Shenandoah.
Wow.
I mean, I think they called a timeout at one point, and she looked over at Dana and she said, I need a puff. She needed an inhaler. I mean, she has really high velocity, and she jumps. I mean, she starts clear back at the pads back there. So that takes a lot out of you. And you think on a normal serve, you might have a rally that goes back and forth a few times. And when she had those 5 or 6 in a row, that takes it out of you.
She said, I needed a break. My hip was starting to cramp.
Yeah. Well, I think a coach took a timeout, and we said, we're going to use this whole minute, because she was still back there. And I mean, that takes a lot out of you. So, and then on top of that, she plays all the way around. So she doesn't have a whole lot of a break. So, hats off to her. That's hard to do. It's hard to do that many consecutive times. And, that's amazing. So
but she played phenomenal. But really, I thought your team
overall they did absolutely. Our hitters were more efficient tonight. We'd been working on some connections more with our middles to try to get them more involved. We saw great adjustments by them. Building towards those regionals next week. We've got to get everybody involved and have everybody be the threat we know that they can be. So,
all right.
Loved seeing that. Some good blocking numbers against Shenandoah, just a few against Atlantic. But how about that big game-ending block by Lainey DeVries?
Yes.
I loved that.
Yes.
I mean, it's stressful getting everybody in at the same time like that. But Reese came through with some great digs, some great serve receives. And then for Lainey to come up with that last block right there solo, that was fantastic.
Yeah, that was
proud
great
of her for that. So,
hey, Coach, one thing we've just not mentioned is congratulations to you on 300 wins. We had this little celebration tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I had no clue they were going to do that. I knew we were doing Abby's tonight, and when Nate started talking, I was like, oh my gosh, that's my job. I want to be the one to congratulate her and tell everybody. And I was completely surprised.
It's well over 300 at this point.
Yeah. It was the Glenwood game that was the 300th.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations to Abby as well.
Yes, huge
honors.
Congratulations. Her, 2 years ago or 3 years ago when she came into set, I remember it was the next game after Ellie had hurt herself. She'd gone down at the Bondurant Mankini Centennial Tournament, and at that point, we were like, let's see what you got, Jones. And I remember how, she's like, I'm not a setter. And, she spent 2 seasons with the dangerous offense that we had the last couple of years, just dishing those out. So, I was hoping, and then knowing how focused she was to get back to her position and play libero. She's a triple threat when it comes to, I know she's got colleges looking at her, and they're going to get a good one with her, and they could really utilize her in a lot of different areas. So
let's talk a little bit about her. Thursday night. People can come watch that crazy jump serve we're talking about.
Absolutely. Come on down and watch. Yes, starting Thursday, wear a mask and come and jam the gym. Perfect timing for regionals. I like that because we, of course, like to play in front of a big crowd. So just remember to wear a mask. We start same kind of schedule as tonight. We play Coon Rapids Bayard right away at 4:30. And then we'll play Griswold for the nightcap, probably around 7:30-ish. So
come down
and watch, yeah.
Then you have Winterset Saturday.
Winterset Saturday, yep. We have the host Winterset. We have Webster City and who's my third one? Greene County in our pool right off the bat. And then on the other side, we have Gilbert, which, they'll probably come out on top, I would guess, on that side. And that was one of our first losses of the season was to Gilbert, and that was in 3 really tight at the end of the day. So we're excited to get another shot at them. They're still probably right in the middle of 4A, so that'll be a good. I hope we get a chance to see them in either the semis or the finals.
Then we head to regional.
Yeah, then regionals next Monday night. Monday night we play Shenandoah back here, and then it's a quicker turnaround this year. They shortened up the postseason. Instead of giving everybody close to a week to prepare for everybody, they shortened it up a little bit. So it'll be Monday. If we are lucky enough to win, we will host Wednesday. Jeez,
Wow.
Angie. We will host Thursday.
Wednesday.
Oh my gosh,
Hey,
Aaron!
I
it's
do it
been
all
a
the time.
day.
I'm so happy.
Wednesday.
I'm so happy. I do stuff like that
man.
all the time.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you could have just, I mean,
Wednesday.
Yes.
Then that one will be home also against the winner of Clarinda and Atlantic. Now I'm just all a mess. And then regional final still yet to be determined on where the site is, but that would be the following then I think Monday or Tuesday. Now I don't have that date in my head. Whether or not one game at a time, I guess, right?
One game at a time.
That's the point.
That's the way to do it, Coach. But it was a lot of fun to watch tonight. I thought the girls played well. So
yeah, thank you. I'm very happy for them. And a share of the conference, or actually, in our book, it's an outright. I think I'd go head to head on that one. And people may argue with me on that, but back to back, especially in a year like this where a lot of people didn't think that we were going to have what we had. And I just think that's a huge credit to our program, the kids that are coming up and waiting their turn to come on and be the stars. And I just am so proud of them and so excited for them to get another plaque up there for 2020 on that conference title, because that is huge for these guys to believe that they could do it. And geez, in the kind of year we've had, with just little to no preparation in the summertime leading up to the season. And I just speaks volumes about their character and what great kids they are.
Very good. Coach Angie Montgomery with us. Coach Montgomery, thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Make it a great evening, Coach.
I will. Thank you.
Coach Angie Montgomery, thank you much.